Welcome to today's presentation of 3YMM, our first look at 3 years of Mario Maker, an anniversary project, the last of the 3 major anniversary projects that was released for Super Mario Maker 1 on the Wii U. And this series was launched on the 3rd anniversary of the original game in September 2018, and levels continued to be released until May of 2019, just a few weeks before the launch of Mario Maker 2 on the Switch. So all of the level codes and descriptions are available in the website that is linked in the chat. And we'll be looking at something that I have played before many years ago, Nightmare Disco by Ren Hu. For those of you coming in from Maker 2, you would remember as being the maker of Mortal Koopas in 4YMM, which I think still stands to this day as one of the iconic music levels in the second game. This was kind of an iconic level in its own right in the first game, one of the ones that I distinctly remember as getting me back into Mario Maker in the first place in early 2019, just before Maker 2 was announced. Anyway, without further ado, let's get into it and play. The description on the website reads, "It was a foggy Saturday night and Ashley wanted to go to Jimmy T's club, but after taking a wrong turn she ended up in the wrong one. The Nightmare Disco. Mwahahaha, evil laugh. Now she has to fight for her life to escape the hellish club, even though she likes the creepy music in there. Help her survive waves of creepy enemies while the most famous horror movie themes play in the background." So it's going to be WarioWare meets horror films. Let's see how it goes. And yes, and Mario, we are in 3YMM. It's actually taken me several weeks, given that I started 1YMM in early January. Anyway, this is Norman Bates. He's got the knife from the Psycho shower scene. And we're going to get here to checkpoint 1 right away. We're not going to take the safety coin, obviously. And we'll just mark this as the first room that we'll enter. Whoops. Alright, so much for Ashley. Now, we can grab another costume down here. I don't know if we want to proceed yet. Probably not. Let's see what we can do. It's been years since I last looked at this, so I do have to think about what we're going to do. I believe we take the bullet and we jump into the top right. Eventually there's going to be something with a P-switch, as I think is fairly clear. Oh, wait.
Hocus pocus.
Can't enter the pipe just yet. Let's figure this out. We do need to go to the top right, I think, just to raise the camera.
Hocus pocus.
Ah, but there we go. Straight through the middle of the trapezoid. That's how we're going to do it. Jump on top of the bullets and hit the POW, which I should have seen just now when I scouted the top right corner. Very generous of these power-ups to come back and keep me going in the Ashley costume.
Hocus pocus. Hocus pocus.
Very appropriate WarioWare theme here if you
Hocus
are
pocus.
familiar with Ashley's character in the original game. So, oh, there we go. There's the nightmare.
Hocus pocus.
Now we have to dodge all this stuff while evading the booze. Let's
Hocus pocus.
see what we can do here. I think this is the wrong approach to this. But you can kind of damage boost through, well, if you really wanted. And Twitch Random Casual, welcome back. Anyway, this is the exit. I don't know if there's a way to do this a little more cleanly, but we won't worry too much about that. Whoa, boo. Kind of sniping me from the right side when I wasn't paying attention.
Hocus pocus.
Alright, let's do this again. coin actually marks that fairly clearly.
Woohoo!
Anyway, let's get out of here. Whoops.
Hocus pocus.
One more hit on that POW up top and we should do it.
Hocus pocus. Woohoo!
But yeah, this part of the level is going to transform once we've
Hocus pocus.
dumped all this out of there. It would be nice to do this a little more cleanly, but we'll take the damage boost. And yeah, let's face Taboo on the right side because that was causing some problems. And let's get out. Okay, coin number 1. And a recycled checkpoint.
Hocus. Woohoo!
Anyway, it's going to be time for something involving Grubo's shoe. Okay, so we'll pass through here. This is going to be a pretty obvious stomp. Notice that the stomp should also be able to raise the POW. And that if you stomp on this platform, you'll also continue to lift the POW until you first of all get the bones up and then also get the POW elevated. I think now, notice how the bones get trapped. You can then launch them upwards with a good stomp, raising the POW one additional layer. There we go. Not quite. We really have to hug the right side to do this, otherwise we are out of range. Hang on. Need to get enough jump height as here's... Whoops. In order to do the stomp in the first place, so let's do that. There we go. The bones are going to launch and it's going to hit something over here, likely dispensing a bomb that's going to crack open this side for me and allow me to take the exit. So now we need to figure out what to do with that bomb. It looks like we'll need to release the POW over here in order to move the Podoboo and get ignition. And that's okay, we've got just enough distance to do so. I believe it should be able to worm its way out of there at this point. Yeah, Maker 1, partly because of the amiibo costumes, is just full of these designs that have these one-tile-wide maze-like structures all over the place. Now we're stuck here until something happens. I think we need to go back through the pipe. And then this is going to be a bit of a multi-pipe that stuffs us into that entrance. Oh, and we're back here. I think we might have to stuff our way down there multiple times until we have some kind of change. Either that or I get out of the shoe and see if there's any state change. Yes, there is. Looks like I could probably exit that door immediately, but instead we're going to fight Junior. And look at that, stomping both shells at once. That was fancy. And we'd better get something to wear here. Oh, I see. I actually did stomp Junior. I just need to get a shell, and then now we can blast our way through. And Luca, welcome. Let's see if I can raise this. Or what shall I do? Let's see. I feel like I have to shoot this block in the middle as well. And then I raise the POW and then I hit the POW. So, sort of a miniature puzzle sequence here where we're going to fire at the POW and eliminate the muncher. Releasing the bone won't really do much for me here. Let's just exit. And I believe there is going to be a shoe check. Yeah, very cleverly put together.
Hocus pocus.
And it forces you from the mushroom into Ashley for part 3. Something involving spinies. Run! Let's do that. Okay. That POW is just going to do some work for itself. Feel like there was supposed to be some kind of P-switch activation there letting me through, but let's go back in there and see. Ah, yeah, okay, you duck and then you go through. And take damage from there, but that's because I didn't do a full jump as I should have.
Hocus
Tricky to do it
pocus.
cleanly. But we'll just get through this axe murder sequence. It gives you the instruction to run, like WarioWare games often give you instructions to do things. I love how that stomp on a spiny shell lines up. Okay, one more segment to go. And yes, Granomir, welcome. We've been going through so much Maker 1 lately that there is a lot to miss about it, just a lot of things that don't work the same way in the new game. And just got a different sense of the community dynamics, even just apart from the mechanical differences in the games themselves. So I need to sustain myself until I read what's going on here. It's not just pure survival. I think I need to do something to ignite the bomb, unless it is pure survival because something will go down the track towards the bomb. Let's see how that's going to go. Yeah, because all of this is going to get released. I'll try to remain as Ashley. So there is a track heading straight towards the bomb, which indicates to me maybe I should think about this as timed survival. Until we see anything else to interact with. I've seen this kind of infinite dry bones survival setup in a number of different levels in my time. It's a fairly popular thing to do, but here, of course, you have it with the custom music. A lot of custom music loops that were crammed into the space of a single level, which is very much a Ren specialty. Okay, let's go on. Escape, and we are through. Now, I haven't seen anything resembling a cake so far. So that might just be something I'm missing entirely. We can always come down and check. Just to see if there's anything else that we might have missed. Like, oh, that's interesting. Then, yeah, I can't really see anything approachable over there, so let's go back and take the exit. Okay, something is going to happen. There is this. I feel like we can probably go over the flag. Oh, no, we can't actually, because it's Mario Maker 1. So when I played this originally a few years ago, I didn't know that most of these levels had some kind of secret in them. We went through that relatively quickly. I don't know if we want to go and comb back through it, because I don't really have a good sense of what a candidate for secrets placement would be. That's been the case for a lot of these original YMM levels, is that I don't always have a sense of how it's set up, but it seems like that there was that second exit through the pipe at the end. That indicates to me we were missing something. We can try to do it again quickly, since this level doesn't take long at all. Yeah, why not? It's a fun one. Let's see if we can figure out where that is placed. It is going to be something close to the end. We can tell. But there's so much going on here in terms of multi-pipes everywhere that it is going to be tricky to find out what's relevant and what's not. Yeah, we'll just stay here and then let the bullets do their thing. Nope, never mind. So yeah, I don't really have any idea what the scheme for the secrets placement will be like. Let's not do that. Nor have I figured out how to exit that segment safely. But... I mean, the safety coin takes you directly out to the final door. I kind of think that maybe it was something that at the end that was not accessible until that point. Like, it can't be something that trivializes the level, so... Hang on. I think what it is that we will need to revisit one of these segments for an additional state change near the end that gives you access to a pipe. Like some location that I haven't seen. Oh, no. Oh, no, we don't want to get crushed either. I'll think about it. Because I don't think it's going to be something that's sort of immediately visible to me from the start. But I'm just sort of thinking about logically what a good candidate would be. Like whether it's something that requires you to exit the key door at the end and maybe pop back in afterwards. Actually, that's one thing I didn't check, is just taking the key door and then leaving. Like coming back to the segment afterwards. So yeah, the idea would be that you pop the key and then you return through the key door. And maybe there is some relevant state change that happens because of your camera positioning upon loading back into this room. Like something that will pop on the right side of the screen. And yes, indeed, Quality Humor. We bought all of the costumes DLC. It was very difficult to track down the Ashley amiibo, but I have my ways. Kind of too bad, actually, that by the time we got a new WarioWare game, that amiibo had largely been winding down, so we never did get something like an Ashley amiibo, or 9volt, or any of those Wario characters. They actually just announced that the Min Min amiibo is going to be coming out in April. I'm very likely to pick that up. I haven't bought an amiibo in years, it seems like, but I'm a huge fan of ARMS, and this will be one of the few times we get any kind of official ARMS collectible, so... Anyway, let's make sure I have enough headroom to actually do the stomp. I'm kind of missing that. But yeah, I'm just thinking about what could potentially be breakable here that allows me to proceed. I do think that getting the key door and reversing through it is the best candidate right now. Anyway, let's pop this and then we'll go back to do the Bowser fight. So yeah, we know about the Bowser Gate in this location, so...
Woohoo!
Alright, let's get a boot. Can't get a costume at this location, but... that's gonna be awfully dangerous. Also because I'm too close to the pipe now to get a new boot. Granomir, you were saying, can't you just go through the pipe at the end to see where it goes? Well, the pipe at the end right now is, after the key door, is elevated by one spot, and so I didn't have a way to enter it, as far as I could see. So yeah, because it looked like an exit pipe that was some kind of alternate path from the bonus room. And it's probably my best clue that the bonus room is going to be something at the end. I mean, it's the sensible placement given the layout of this level, but still, like, that's why I'm kind of convinced that it's going to be something from at the ending that eventually spits you out through that pipe as a secondary exit. Okay, let's do that. And let's raise to fire. And we'll just wait this out for a moment. And so yeah, Quality Humor, I did pass this level already. We are just redoing the whole thing for Secrets Hunt. And hopefully not taking extravagantly long with it, as I will often do. We'll let the shells handle each other. That seems to be a smart play for once. Whoops. Okay, let's get totally stuffed here. No, that's fine. We got it. I do need to drop the boot and get a room anyway, but here I do need a boot to raise to POW, as we know from previous experience, so let's get rid of the shell first. Also, I haven't checked very thoroughly what else I can break using this thing here, so... But it doesn't look like there's much else to manipulate. Let's shoot the POW. And Lattice, welcome. Hang on. I'd better get out of the boot for this. The boot makes the beam too wide, which is not a complication I expected. But yeah, I don't think there is anything else I can break up here or exit through. No. So, let's just get out.
Hocus Pocus. Woohoo!
And let's check this one more time. Now, this room I didn't really get a good look at, and I wonder if, given how many things break here, there is a reason to come back a second time to see if there's anything that changes. It seems like everything that breaks could potentially just be holding a vine block, though, so I'm not really counting on that breaking anything on a second pass, especially because it wouldn't make sense for the secrets exit to kind of kick you out at the end. But we can check this again anyway, since I have hit checkpoint, just to see if there's any change other than the run notice having been destroyed. Yeah, I guess the ice here was eradicated. Whoops. And then these are all vines. Whoops. Yeah, I don't see anything that's going to be a state change there. But I do wonder about it. Anyway, let's do the zombie fight here. There are enough dry bones to sustain you until the ones that you originally stomp get revived. So this is just a matter of accuracy for the most part. Going for the clusters that aren't wiggling that too much back and forth. And not hitting that boo either. Oh, let's go for this guy.
Hocus pocus.
Get back into Ashley mode. Okay. One last thing to dodge over here, and then we will continue. And yeah, quality humor, what's up with that precision? Alright, so now let's check for it. This will require me to get the safety coin and potentially risk a key death. I did already check a lot of this stuff to the right, and I was looking over here to see if there's anything potentially breakable if you respawn through the door. But, we'll see. It's very hard for me to tell. But I think I am able to reverse through this door on the other side, so let's think about that. There is this coin as well, which... Oh, no. You just need to keep Ashley over here. That's simple. And then you ride this down to the pipe. I should have considered that. That's such a simple thing. I don't remember if I had retained Ashley up to that point in my previous run, though, so... And then, what does this even say? Oh, 3YMM once you activate a PAL remotely and collect everything to turn you into, well, Builder Mario. Anyway, 3 1-ups for 100 Mario challenge. And sure, just to be completionist about it, let's grab these on the right side. And check the pipes. I expect that it is going to be kind of a pipe stack that spits you out back into the gold room, though. So that's the cake. Yeah, depending on the difficulty of the cake routes, as with 1 and 2 YMM, I won't be going for an absolute 100%. But if something feels like it's just out of reach or just out of our view, we will go back to these levels and redo them for bonuses like this. And besides, this one is, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, truly an all-time classic of Maker 1, so very much my pleasure to replay it. So for everybody joining us late, the level codes and descriptions that we'll be using today are on the website that was linked in the bot just a few minutes ago when Lantis punched that in. Lantis, of course, being the maker of that website, as well as the only contributor to all 6 editions of Years of Mario Maker, other than Kavik himself. So the next level we're going to look at is going to be Reckless Abandon by Jeffy. And so I'll just punch that in. Hopefully without making too many mistakes. Have to pass the enter 16-digit boss. And also ensure that nothing has been deleted in the meantime. So Jeffy was the maker who, in 2YMM, was responsible for Boo's Bloopers and Bones, which was an excellent, excellent blooper level, an extremely unique one. And that this time, Jeffy's contribution is going to be Reckless Abandon. And let's see if I can bring up the description here. The description says, after an extraordinary one-up bender, Mario got a hunger he'd never forget. But when the Mushroom Kingdom's Munchie Boys finish his food without him, Mario must show off a specific set of skills to enact his vengeance before he awakes the next morning and forgets everything. And Granamere, you have to chat. Thank you for dropping by. and I hope you enjoyed what you saw. Anyway, this is going to be a 0.9 clear rate on this level. Let's see how we do. Also, everything built in the lower half of the layout, so it's going to be a vertically constrained camera. And, well, let's get back into jumping accurately. And also collecting all of the pink coins, which looks like it's likely to be the optional secrets path that we're going to deal with here. We needed to double tap. No, we needed to spit the Koopa out to right side. That was the obvious thing. We've seen that often enough in both Maker 1 and 2 that it is fairly obvious by now. Although with the auto-scroll, I didn't necessarily read that accurately ahead of time. Let's see. So the bottom path is accessible if you're not going for the coins. If you are going for the coins, you do need to jump over the munchers. And have to do that somewhat accurately. It also means that you have to deal with all these, which will not be within range of a POW. I did not read that position accurately. But yeah, pretty accessible as far as auto-scroll platformers go. I just need to work on my accuracy a bit. Always a little bit envious, as I often say, of these more traditional pure platforming levels for having so much budget to work with. Since you don't have too many complex interlocking mechanisms here, you have a lot of room to just use munchers as obstacles for a change instead of being collision tools all the time. I really do need to figure out where my landing is going to be there. There is that little bit of a lip on the right side of that bridge, but clearly the timing isn't quite correct for that, so... Anyway, 2 coins accounted for so far. That's going to be clean. Let's do this and bump my head. There are 8 coins total in this level. If they're split over checkpoints as I expect them to be, the last one is almost certainly a safety. That was just squeezing my finger in the wrong part of the Wii U gamepad. We'll be shaking out some depths like that as we go. Undershooting that a little bit in my effort to spit the unshelled Koopa to the right side. Anyway, that's going to be just fine. I feel like I've missed an opportunity here. Now this... Oh, okay, no, that's time sensitive. I didn't account for the fact that there is no scroll stop in this game. I sometimes see those exits and I instinctively think, oh, scroll stop's going to save me. I've got all the time in the world, and that's not the case. That coin challenge is specifically set up to get you to move quickly. Anyway, let's not take forever with this muncher either. I feel like I can fall directly out of that instead of jumping at the end. I did a bit of a jump the last time, I think, but my timing was also not the best, which was why we were running into auto-scroll trouble at the very end when I was preparing my jump up to coin 3. That's okay. We'll just familiarize ourselves with playing Mario again. Notice the muncher that's in the top left in the opening screen. I wonder what that's all about. We know there's nothing built up there. We know that from the previous screen. Everything is built on the bottom half. Nope, overshooting a little bit. You are supposed to fall in, but then if I fall in instead of jump, I have to prepare to either stop or continue to jump. And we'll have to just kind of narrow down what I most prefer there. So yeah, it's actually just the munchers in the bottom left and top left that kind of give you a bit of an opening animation to look at. Whoops. Just to set the tone right away for this level, back when everyone had the flexibility to build so close to the opening arrow. I probably can go directly over as well. Under seems like it's a bit of a risk. The ceiling is higher than I perceive it to be because of the bridge being something that you can jump through. And so, it looks solid up there, but it really isn't. I'm sort of instinctively going under, though, because it is a bit of a difficult jump to clear on top, I think. So, we'll see. We'll see. I was going under previously, and everything was working just fine. Okay, there we go. 3 coins, that should be checkpoint. Checkpoint with a muncher squash as the... Whoops. As the mushroom gate mechanism. No, let's not do that. We do have to either do a small jump over first or sneak under. Or we could just be within range of the POW. That kind of helps as well. And then that's an interesting coin placement. It's not really something that looks challenging, but it does kind of bring your momentum to a dead stop once you hit the wall, and so you do have to account for that on the way over. Yeah, because if you smack into the wall, that is sort of deceptive. Okay. There we go. We just jump into the center, that should be safe. Okay. The coin markers give you a pretty decent series of suggestions over there. That was a bit ambitious. Okay, 2 coins accounted for in this segment then. I only see 2 so far before we hit that exit. So the distribution of coins would be like basically 3, 2, 2 and a safety, which makes a certain amount of sense. Whoops, just missed a jump. But yeah, we managed to do the blind read on this just fine earlier. Just need to clean up the jumps on repeated attempts. Not really too much of a problem. Yeah, we can do it that way. That was pretty risky, though. We do need that muncher to be down when we enter that area, so gaining that speed on the auto-scroll doesn't actually help. You know, when you go for short jumps on these Koopas, instead of giving yourself some ample headroom to work with first. I knew something like that was going to happen. That seemed like a definite risk. Yeah, the thing that does strike me about this level, I was saying about this entity budget earlier, is just how clean much of it looks. From using munchers everywhere instead of spikes. And having the budget available to do that kind of thing. Notice how the damage boost from the mushroom in that area changed how this was going to work a little bit. Okay, that's 7 coins accounted for at this point. Probably just from... That will have a safety at the end. And so every coin is known to us now, which is good as long as we don't run headfirst into the chomp at the very start of this segment. Whoops. So yeah, pretty approachable. I mean, this is, just by virtue of being very pure platforming, one of the more remakeable levels, or I guess Maker 2 style levels that we're seeing here in this set. Like one of the ones that are more familiar to us from the styles that are popular in the second game. Anyway, let's not take a key death here, that would have been awful. Here's Yoshi as well as a P. I bet we could stomp a P and take that, and, well, we need to go up somehow. Or just go back through here instead. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's all there is to it. Because I was thinking that if we had, we already had the P activated, but I was thinking about the activation of the P switch and whether that would do anything different for us. But there we go, 3YM. We saw what we wanted to see. With reckless abandon. So thank you for the GGs. Let's go to number 3 in today's set. Number 3 is going to be Junior's Recycling Labyrinth by Aphrodite, who is the Japanese maker also known as Noir. We'll pull that up in just a moment. In 2YM, Aphrodite, or Noir, had that very thematically distinctive Goomba wedding level, where you're escorting the bride and the groom. And in Mario Maker 2, this was also one of the makers who really figured out how to squeeze every drop out of what the second game could do thematically. Notice, too, that for 3YM, the levels were released in batches, as opposed to going one per day, as in 1 and 2YM, so a whole bunch of these were released together on the 11th of September, right on that 3rd anniversary. But anyway, Junior's Recycling Labyrinth is going to advise us in the opening image here in the thumbnail to recycle. And the description reads as follows. I am Bowser Jr. I stole the 3YM cake from Mario. He'll be here to take it back from me any minute now, so I have to stop him with all the gimmicks I can. But I am in trouble because I don't have many obstacles. What should I do? Oh yeah, I can reuse those again and again. I'm very clever. Yes, it's none. Some Goombas are coming in from the back door. It seems like I have seen them somewhere. They are Groomba, Goombride, and Goom Baby. So this actually is a sequel to the 2YM level, after the Groomba and Goombride have apparently had a kid, so let's see what gets recycled. Anyway, gotta love that pipe stacking. And then, yeah, we'll eventually want to enter that pipe on the right, I guess, but not until we've done some stacking. This will lock me in here. Oh, okay, so yeah, it's a stacking puzzle. This blocks you off. And so the door to the right, I would assume, is also a reset door in case you get trapped on the right side. So it is a stacking puzzle. We need then, let's see, this is 3 tiles high. Yeah, we need it to create the tower like this. No, not like that. I want to basically unstack the left side to create a lower platform, and then we'll figure that out. Hang on. But yeah, if you jump on top of this, then you can sort of figure that out gradually. Let's see, let's count how many tiles we need here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you need 3 of the ones on the right side, and you need them to kind of, yeah, so you need to stack the right side on top of, whoops, each other. And then you need to brace it with one of these pieces. So yeah, it's fine to lower these right away. And then I lower the bottom one, and then I kind of stuff everything over. I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to work. Except now I need to get up there, which is a minor problem, because I didn't think about actually having to continue my jump afterwards. So we could have salvaged that for sure, but yeah, once again, let's stack these below. Let's go up here and unstack the top first, just so we have a jumping platform that we can use afterwards. Whoops, no, I needed to unstack this guy first. I just missed one step. That was the right idea, though. You create the 4 high stack on the left. So, I do remember Noir making a couple of these stacking puzzles in Maker 2 as well, that I would have played quite some time ago now. But anyway, that's, whoops. Let's make sure we come up here, unstack these two. No, that's a mistake. I didn't want to unstack both at once. I wanted to brace the bottom. Yeah, sometimes the things like the conveyor do throw me off a little bit as we're just trying to do these basic operations. So, we'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do this. I've got plenty of room to do this. And then we're through. So I saw that solution a while ago, it just took a while to execute in the proper order. Now, a lot of coins here. And a lift that takes you up. Interesting. I guess we'll see what this is all about. Got a couple of one-ups here. You've got a conveyor that sends you to the right side as well as a key. And yeah, so there's going to be a certain back and forth here in terms of the spawning order. This is going to push you through. Okay, very nice. So yeah, there's a lot of spawn management that uses the positional ranges that you're working with in this game. The conveyor stacked on a belt kind of forcing you into certain positions to encourage you to scroll side to side. Now, there was that blaster that pushed me earlier. We can do that again, and then with the key in hand, we now have another conveyor. Now, this does not look too useful, but... Oh, whoops. Let's grab one of the boots again. We'll carry it over to the other side. And I actually kind of wonder if we can enter that pipe down below. Seems like I'd get crushed if I try it. Nope, that's not it. Okay, we are going to die. I did just want to check that, though. That is nothing... It was fairly clear that I just needed to take the boot with me to the right side. So let's do this again, this time with a bit more time at my disposal. If we can just get the stacking order done correctly up front. Okay, that went a lot cleaner than previous attempts. Anyway, let's let this come down and take me up back here. Yeah, very interesting layout. Now allowing me to grab that. And then we're going to jump up here and get pushed by the blaster that has now been able to spawn, so... Interesting conveyor shell setup there that works as a Goomba dispenser. Rather a boot dispenser, because it is how the Goomba is getting killed on the way over. Very nice of that shell to do that for me. I guess it would have been because I jumped in range to launch it at some point. I haven't thought too much about how that shell is set up, but the important thing is that it works. We'll go up and we'll grab something else up here. It's going to be that coin. Not sure yet at this point if coins are going to be optional, but that looked like it was an optional passage. And so we'll come back here until we have the opportunity to drop that blaster out of here. And nothing else to see here, I don't think. Oh, that bomb looks like it's going to be within range of killing me, but it's not. I guess I'm thinking in Maker 2 terms when it comes to bomb range. But anyway, we suddenly have a key available, and we know there's a key door in this room. That is going to consist of stacking 2 of these. Whoops, nope. Conveyor momentum threw me off there. So we basically do the lower 2, and then we drop the rest on top. But I'm just trying to think of a stacking order that will allow me to do that while... Actually, no, we need to displace that by 1 tile, not 2. So instead of 3, 3, and 3, we need a stack of 10. That's going to be 3, 3, 2, and 2. Yeah, we need to... We can use the right side as a brace this time. But we'll definitely need to lower this one afterwards. Let's lower this piece first. And then we still need access to some of this stuff. 3, 3, 2, and 2. Yeah, we can drop... I think I messed this up already. This has to be dropped first, but I'm just thinking about how to retain our access to some of the later components. Because basically we need to stack 2 and then stack 3. And 3. Let's redo this. Hang on. I think I do understand it. It's just that the order does kind of matter because of our access to the upper levels. But dropping the bottom right 3 stack will be first, because we don't really need it for any other purpose. Yeah, we'll drop this guy. Then we'll drop this. And then we'll drop this, and then we should be able to make that landing, so... Oh, no, I missed one stack. Okay, no, I didn't read the spacing accurately. We need one additional spacer. That's okay, that's an easy fix. Very easy fix. Yeah, we just need 2 spacing pieces. Starting probably with this one, so we can continue moving up. Except, yeah, I messed that up. Hang on. We'll thankfully be able to continue this one. Drop this down first. There we go. And we'll drop this one. Drop this, and then there we go. Here's a transitional area, followed by a checkpoint. And a mushroom check. Well, here's another part of the factory. Notice the pink coin that is directly to our left. If we stay on this level, should be able to collect it like that, except we need to go just a tiny bit faster to do that. Only 2 coins accounted for so far. Oh, whoops. Should have thought about the skewer range. Going to clip right through that blaster. Which, if I'm not mistaken, is not how it works in Maker 2. But I'm trying to recall. Let's be careful there. You see, now I'm doubting myself because it's sort of in the back of my head I'm thinking skewers definitely stop against blasters in Maker 2, don't they? And then I realize I'm not sure. Well, that's how confusion happens when you switch between games. Okay. Nothing to see here. In terms of coins. Don't think I missed anything. Can always check though. Nope. 3YMM text on the right side. Let's make it up the ice. Check the pipes. 3YMM. And we got a swamp doing its thing on the right side there. Telling me something about the pipe on the right. Okay, well, go back there and check. And we'll also see what this is all about. Some kind of track segment, multi-track segment that will eventually be relevant. Doesn't look like there's a way out other than taking the doors though, so we may have to do that first. Either door is going to let you over here. So we should think about the skull platforms as falling onto the tracks, I would assume. Let's just... Oh no, never mind. They go to the right. And they're also not starting on tracks, so never mind. This is just a stacking element over here. Because we need to stack the platforms in a certain way so we have something to ride. Yep, okay. Because it is a conveyor. And we need to stack them in such a way that I'll get pushed through the bumper in order to grab that coin. So we'll need it to do a sort of right side stack first. And then a left side stack. Yeah, we'll drop this. Then we drop the whole thing. And then I should be able to stand on top of this and get pushed. Okay. That works. Now if we stack all three on top of each other, we'll go through the middle section, but I need to drop the thwomp first, I think, so. But to drop the thwomp first, yeah, maybe we'll do the top segment first then. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, let's pop this and get ready to ride. Not the thwomp rather, but the skewer here, that's going to be important. And then we have to create a platform using a 2-stack. And the way we'll do it is same as before when we were getting that push. We need to do 2 first. Okay, yeah. Then we drop all these. And this time we just ride it a little bit differently. I think this should be correct. Will it slot in here? No, it won't. Okay, no. Made a bit of a mistake. I was expecting something like that to happen. I didn't read that accurately enough to see, so... notice that we can sort of drop 2 like this. And that will allow me to drop like this. And so you've got a totally different configuration from what you need for the coin. Which is neat. You've got so many different patterns to work with. That gets you to checkpoint with 3 coins in the bag so far. Okay, this is going to take me up. Then we'll figure out that coin next. I think we need to stay low first just to pass that gate. This is a very fascinating pattern. And then let's not get squished like that. We do need to probably make a jump at that point. Okay. Then we just ride this over gently. That was tricky, but correct. Ah, the arrows are telling me go right first, and then bounce up like that. 5 coins. And then the Muncher acts as a bit of a time gate, so you only have so many opportunities to do that before the Muncher decides to have a word with you. Now, nothing to enter over here, so let's see what I can do to... Oh, you can nudge that. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, we're at 5 coins so far, and going into this segment, I kind of have the sense we might have missed one, but we'll go back through this afterwards to see, I'm sure. Do I have something that I can stand on to? We need a mushroom in order to reach this, so let's do that first. Then that will gradually lower everything for me. Also, it is going to give me a bit of a bump. It will allow me to get the next hit and likely launch this one. Once the pattern is available for me to do so, let's grab each of these pulses. Very generous power-ups, keeping me going all over the place here. Yeah, there is something on wings down below that is doing that for me, I think. Now let's check for coins, because the fact that I'm missing 2 coins at this stage of the level makes me suspect that we might have skipped one. Yeah, we did skip one. Okay, so we'll go back and probably redo the level, because I caught most of it, and I suspect that I just missed something visually. It's not too hard to recreate our progress. So we'll go back through it. And thank you for accompanying me through that. Let's play it again. So yeah, in terms of checkpointing, I'm also sort of thinking about the distribution. Like if it's 3, 3, and a safety, then we would have missed one in one of the later segments. Hang on, let's do this stack first of all. And then do this. And then create the passageway. That allows me to go up. So yeah, not sure we would have missed anything down here, for instance. I didn't think so, because we had checked the right side pipe previously. Just wanted to check the left side pipe to be sure. I mean, all of the coins here have been pretty visible. I don't think it's going to be anything really hidden like that. And all of these jumps give you plenty of space to work with. So yeah, just going to check the area here in case I had failed to see something on my way over. So we'll come out over here, it despawns the blaster. And then we respawn the blaster, which is going to get dropped onto the conveyor belt. And will push me over. Respawn, there we go. missing anything here so far, I don't think. We have coin 1. We have known about this one for a while. And then getting bumped on the left like that does get you within spawning range for the blaster, which is convenient. Wonder if going back through here before entering that pipe on the left will get me anything? I don't think so. Anyway, let's despawn. Because these blaster placements are just as a result of what has come down to conveyors at that point. In the course of going back and forth. So we didn't actually check the double pipe here. Aha, so that is something. Yes, hint. And the hint room has a coin. Okay, so the coins are now completely accounted for. That's what we're missing. And we don't need hints. We know the solution already. But then that clears that up, so that gives me all the information I need to know. Now let's set this up again. It is going to require 2 stacks followed by all these guys. So, we do this, and then we do this. And then we just need to survive all the platforming. Two coins at this point, is that correct? I think it is, but... I'm trying to remember. I hope I haven't skipped one that was previously known to us. But if so, it doesn't take too long to redo some of this, so... Okay, kind of nudging our way towards it like that actually works out pretty well as long as you don't take a death immediately afterwards. One of the few times that I will ever prefer a kind of precision-like method for doing something. Now let's make sure that Thwomp gives me enough room to go. Yeah, 2 coins at a segment. I think that's correct, but... I mean, if I have missed something, I will know pretty quickly. I don't remember tracking how many coins I was on at checkpoint 1 earlier. Whoops. But we're making steady progress here. But yeah, this skewer overlap, that's really going to be all there is to this level. Whoops. Yeah, I'm just sort of mentally counting the coins that we haven't accounted for. But we have seen all the coins at this point, because the only one I knowingly missed was the hint room. And that was all we were missing during the first clear earlier. Anyway, that's going to send me through. Let's continue through the factory. Recycling plant, as it were. Okay. Some of the momentum correction here is throwing me off quite a bit. Let's not die to the simple stuff. Didn't have too much trouble with that previously. Which is probably why we're being so complacent about it now. As often turns out to be the case. Go. Anyway, skewers are going to do some punching. It's going to lower me immediately, and we'll have just enough of a safety zone to work with. Now this is the bit that was getting me into trouble. M, and yes, there was the other coin in this area, so yeah, this we know how to do. Let's drop into the middle. And hopefully I did count my coins accurately. Otherwise we'll have to restart. Send 2 to the end. Drop the bottom stack and get pushed through. Then we'll do this with the second configuration to open everything up. And that's going to be with the maximal stack. Just like that. Ding dong. Then we're going to do... whoops, no, that's a mistake. Hang on. This stacking pattern where you get them both up. And both up like this. Then follow it from behind. Now, so there's the bouncy coin and the top coin. Yeah, everything's accounted for. The coin where you get bumped over, notice this track entry segment just to get everything to line up upon spawning. So everything's kind of in a controlled position. All of this stuff to work. So is this coin another one that comes up in the top left that is gated behind that muncher timing? So everything is known to us now. Which is great. Okay, let's start on the left so we know we're going to be caught by the platform. Then we'll get bumped over here. Great. All the way to the side here, and then, whoa, let's be careful with our landing. That was a mistake. Okay, need to get back down right away, of course. Rather important thing to do there. Anyway, everything's going to push. Yep. No, I missed it. Let's take the death. I needed to go to the left right away before that bump so I could reach the pink coin, as I've done multiple times already. Not really a difficult thing to read as long as I don't dive headfirst into the gaps. Yeah, getting onto this side over here, and then we get bumped like that. Do a jump all the way over. And then we jump back to the right and then follow it to the left. And that's going to be coin 6. As long as we reach that before the Muncher Gate gets all the way up on top, we will be fine, so nothing too tricky here. Nope, missed it. Let's take it. Oh no, we haven't missed it yet. We just need to get there before the Muncher does. There we go. Just barely salvage that. Let's bump one of these. Not get squished, I was about to say. And of course, we got squished. Whoops. So that was an unfortunate ending in that segment. So yeah, a lot of this is about knowing where to stand and remaining in a stable position while you initially get launched. Just to avoid any problems with the accordion closing in on you. Let's try it again. And we know all of the relevant patterns at this point. Just have to exercise a bit of caution with all of the various places where we are likely to die, like that. Can't really count on the blaster wall on the right side to be pushing me into place there. Because I keep falling, thinking I'll fall safely against the wall, and that's not the case. You have to land accurately on a blasters in the bottom in order to be confident about your own survival. Just like that. Yep, there we go. Anyway, I'm going to do this quickly, and then we will do this bump over here and not die to the ice. There we go. That's every coin but the safety accounted for. No checkpoint in this segment, note. Not that we need it if we are just accurate about getting the first mushroom. And then we just ride the winged structures that give me a bit of a boost. This actually looks like it's perhaps sitting on top of a rocky wrench. If you look at the way it's oscillating up and down. And then eventually this loads you up here. With some other flying element, no doubt. Yeah, that secondary burst is a sure sign of something winged beneath that entire stack. Anyway, let's at long last uncover the secret here. Oh! Ah, okay, those are the baby Goombas that we were hearing about much earlier. Hopping out of that clown car on the right. The reference to the 2YMM level. And yeah, here are the Goombas. A fire flower, okay. So this was 2YMM. And then we're going to transform it into a 3. Very nice. I knew it. Likely this will just be the exit pipe. I don't see anything else that we can do. But then we'll have a bit of power-up confirmation that we managed to make it through here. Launch some fireworks and out we go. And thank you for the GGs. We have starred that one already. So yeah, getting into a lot of familiar territory maker-wise with this level by Noir, and we have some interesting ones coming up by Salt Lake, and then a Tetraterix puzzle after that, so. Next level is going to be a Bad Drybones fanfiction by Salt Lake Atrocity. Still someone who's very active as a hard platformer maker in Maker 2. Let's take a look at his Maker 1 creation here. As soon as I punch it in. And yeah, Document, welcome in. Yeah, because in the last level, one of the things that I was talking about earlier is that it suddenly made me question what I understood about the Skewer and Bill Blaster interaction. Because that's something that did change, right? Like in terms of Skewer overlaps in the second game. But some things that are very obvious to me about Maker 2 are suddenly slightly confused in my memory just because I've been switching back and forth so much, and because so many of these levels use mechanics that are unique to their respective games. But anyway, here's a Bad Drybones fanfiction. It is going to be another half-screen build, as is very often the case for some of Salt Lake's platforming thrills. Although I'm aware that Salt Lake recently built this massive kind of Kaizovania in Maker 2 that I have yet to attempt myself. The description says, "Welcome to the decrepit catacombs of the Drybones, where forlorn relics and an abyssal descent stand between Mario and an atrocity at the bottom that is said to rattle the very marrow of its protectors. Rumors claim that what lies at the heart of this tomb is something so abhorrent and alien that the mind snaps at its very utterance. A poorly written Drybones fan fiction." Skewers have always gone through blasters. Yeah. That's, I don't know why I doubted that for a moment, but, I definitely had to kind of mentally revisit that for a moment, because I'm thinking of where that has come up for me in the second game, in terms of where I would have seen that used. And you would think that would be quite common, but anyway. Considering how much Mario Maker I've played, it's remarkable just how quickly things that I should know cold kind of dissipate when I'm actually playing on stream and commentating. So, let's play. So this was also part of the launch set on the 11th of September 2018. And then we need to bounce that multiple times. 2 arrows seem to indicate probably 2 full jumps there, but we'll narrow down the appropriate timing. Yeah, it looks like 2 full jumps will be right, and we just need to position that a little bit more cleanly. And this is all just about managing our bounces. Pretty forgiving so far by Salt Lake standards, in fact. Given how many of these timings are just based around full jumps. Okay. Yeah, probably should have done a full jump off of that one as well. We're almost out of the exit in this zone here, so... Pretty readable stuff considering how dynamic a lot of these setups are on your way over. I see a couple of bricks that are accessible as well. Possibly something holds the key, but I'm not necessarily counting on that. But yeah, this level is pretty much telling me when in doubt, full jumps will do. As long as you don't miss horizontally, quite like I did there. And not much of a point to trying to gain some pace on the auto-scroll here. I mean, everything is kind of set by dry bones positioning rather than screen boundary when it comes to timing. This is a pretty satisfying sequence over here. I'm impressed that it is as readable as it is. Anyway, up-pipe entrances are always going to be a bit of a threat. I knew there was likely going to be a choke coming there, and indeed there was. But yeah, as I was saying, when in doubt, for this level, full jumps will do. And everything else is just positioning. The clear rates for the first game I don't have a good intuition for anymore. They are calibrated a bit differently than the ones in Maker 2, and also, of course, for a project of this popularity, things will just be deflated by a lot of people attempting levels that are usually outside of their comfort zone. I remember that back when I was originally playing a lot of Maker 1, I was thinking that my comfort zone would be, you know, anything over 2% or so. And it's interesting that, to a certain extent, I've actually improved quite a bit as a player despite all of the spectacular spills and thrills we take in the most careless of ways. But it is measurable in that there are a lot of things that were formerly very challenging for me that are now much more approachable. Even though here, we keep missing that guy because of the way he turns around at the very end. Anyway, finally got that down. Let's get that jump down a little bit earlier. And that timing is pretty well calibrated after that, if we are just following the suggested placements on the coins. I was second-guessing that one because I was expecting the bones to turn around, and of course the timing that time was behind what I expected. Yeah, I was deliberately undershooting at that time because we've been caught by the reversal on so many occasions by now. That turned out to be a bad move. Whoops. Okay, that was salvaged slightly. general, a lot of these timings work pretty well. And that time I was pulling back a bit at the end because of the trouble that we had with the up-pipe entrance earlier, but that should be a fairly simple thing to fix. Okay. One thing that I've always commented on when it comes to Salt Lake's levels, which I don't really know in Maker 1, but I've played a decent number of them in Maker 2, is that they have a way of having this sort of headroom and flexibility that you would expect of a traditional level rather than what we would typically call Kaizo. But they kind of push that to its limit when it comes to difficulty, that a lot of those creations in some ways are kind of the hardest traditional levels before you really get into Kaizo territory. This one, as I said, is pretty manageable simply because I don't have to adjust that many of my jumps. And Kirksauce738, welcome. Do let me know if there's a different way to say your name. Okay. Yeah, just took a bit of a spill off the diagonal, as we often do on the skull platforms. Yeah, the burners are mostly just there to scare you. And just add a bit of forward time pressure. That is very local to that element, since the auto-scroll isn't going to be the thing that forces you forward, it's more that so many of these landing zones are temporary and contingent. No, I do not speak Spanish, unfortunately. Espanol. I, can sometimes read or understand a bit of Spanish by listening, just from similarity to the Romance languages, but I am not fluent in Spanish myself. One thing that I originally had the ambition of doing on this stream, which I've talked about before, was that when I was first starting out on Twitch, I didn't know that it was going to be so focused on Mario Maker. I had a lot of variety content in mind, indie content. And one of the things I always had in mind was playing games in second languages as a bit of a language learning tool, especially games that I was going to spend a lot of time on anyway. And thank you for dropping by, Carsauce. Of course, once I became much more focused on being a Mario Maker streamer, a lot of my time for those side projects just dropped off. The interesting thing about Maker 1 is that it still has a huge follower base on Twitch from people who have just kind of left the category as something dormant and never stopped following it. I don't know if we are really getting very many new viewers coming in from that direction, but that's something to think about. I had missed when Mario Maker on Twitch was originally becoming a thing in its early years in the first game. It really minted a lot of full-time partners who are now a pretty big variety of presence in their own right. Then let's go over here. By now, even a lot of those streamers aren't really doing as much Maker 2. A lot of that first generation of Mario Superstars. And you're from Colombia. Yeah, we've had some viewers from Colombia before. Including one of the chess and Scrabble people that I know. Well, I haven't seen on in a while, but she was a chess streamer who was doing some word games on the side, and she was from Colombia. Spoke many languages. Okay, let's dive down here. Whoops. Haven't really thought too much about secrets placement here yet. I know from Salt Lake Style that usually any kind of secret exit is just a bonus challenge right at the very end. Mostly because his style is understandably often very linearly minded. He's not really somebody who thinks in terms of exploration, but more in terms of this kind of constant forward momentum. So it's sort of reflected in things like cake placement as well, from what we know in the past. I saw that coin there. I should have known to go for it right before we hit this rocket engine pipe at the end with those burners that are constraining my up pipe entrance. I don't know if the burners at the end are really going to act as a constraint or if they're just there to scare you. You know, just to make that passage look a little narrower, but as I was saying before, the up pipe entrances are going to often be enough of a problem that we should be prepared for potential disasters either way. There we go. Yeah, the burners come a smidgen too late to actually be a serious threat. Now this is interesting. Yes, Dry Bones coming in through the Boo Ring in the bottom right. I was wondering what was going to support that coin there, but now we do see it. And once again, full jumps will do the trick. And then I need to let the Thwomp make contact and get on top of that. Dry Bones, yep. That's understandable. That was just sliding forward a little bit too much. I knew I was supposed to cut that a bit. Yeah, so let's do that. No, I needed to keep the boot and stomp on the Boo there. Yeah, that's instantly understandable now that I've gone back to see it. I just misread that while I was on my way over, also because... no, I see what the issue was, that I was kind of undershooting on the boot in the first place. I don't know if I need to let the Thwomp come up a little bit after that bounce, but that might be advisable. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I knew that the POW was going to unstack the Munchers. I didn't really have my eye on where the landing zone was going to be. I do see the dry bones now, but I had a bit of trouble picking that out from the visual field earlier on the first attempt. Yeah, it's telling you to do double bounce on the winged dry bones on top of the thwomp. In fact, that's what the timing element would have been. And that's the exit right there. So we've already gotten through 2 checkpoints. It looks like we'll be out of here pretty soon. Yeah, so we don't activate any of this stuff too soon. There we go. Looked like I was going to miss that pipe, but thankfully not. Now what's up with this? This is going to be a boss. Okay, 4 POWs to unstack that on the left side. I'm looking at this and sort of wondering about potential secrets as well. Now we need to not get overwhelmed with this stuff. I would assume that the secret exit would require me to keep the power up going into the end, so let's keep that in mind as we get more dry bones onto the field. And I want to preserve the power up at all costs if I can, because that is something that has some likelihood of being a requirement to finish. And so now we need to dodge that as well. So let's just stomp everything we can. And hopefully I am able to take a death at the end without restarting if we do have some issues with... Whoops, never mind, we'll spill over the edge anyway and take the long death. But yeah, fairly safe assumption that I need to not take a hit in order to get the best ending. Landed a little bit too far to the left on that dry bones there. I have to watch that carefully because the Munchers, as they're being scattered, do occlude the visual field quite a bit. So I do have to watch where the dry bones is positioned in advance. And that was a bit of an overshoot. I thought I was overshooting, or rather undershooting previously when I did successfully enter the pipe. I was kind of going in off-center to the left that one time, and I was surprised I made it in because positionally that would often be a case of failure in Maker 2, or at least visually it seemed to be so. A lot of pipe entrances do work differently in this game when you think about horizontal pipes, for instance, that you know, the pipe blocking works a bit differently. And so, but a lot of things are not quite one-to-one. That was dead center, that was nice. And now, we're gonna load in here. Thanks to that big guy. Let's actually not stomp too many of these right away, because then I have access to jumping positions when I need them. Yeah, let's leave them up, in fact. If I can, because that gives me a bit more predictability. Nope. Well, so much for that. Now we're just overwhelmed. It's okay, one POW will take care of all of this. And losing that power up, which tells me I'll probably have to redo this. Yeah, just not reading the flotation timing very well. That's okay, we'll collect a couple of 1-ups for 100 Mario Challenge. Nope, jumping right through that thing. Might as well practice the rest of this fight so we know what kind of phase changes we have other than the appearance of the clown car fire here. With that muncher dropping into the cockpit. And that's okay, we'll get crowded out of there anyhow, so. We'll see what other complications there are. That's as far as I've made it so far, so. There could be some other things unaccounted for. Platform-wise, this segment is really not too much to worry about. Well, unless you do that. Okay, that is once again going to be a miss. Yeah, just need to watch my timing and spacing on that boot. I have been jumping off of that boot platform a little too far to the left consistently. Probably because I'm mentally thinking I'll wrap around my skull platform so I don't kind of make double contact with it. That's leading to a couple of problems for me, but thankfully we can get back here without too much concern. Anyway, let's leave the first round up so we can see my position. The POWs should be pretty consistent in terms of... Oh no, it's not consistent, that's the thing. The POWs... the stumps, as you can see, kind of block certain positions such that the POWs are not always going to come out of the same height. So whereas we could hit the first POW from the ground, here now we are required to get a high bounce, and that's the thing that I had been struggling with earlier, that we have been consistently missing. And okay, there we go. One more to go. No further complications though, unfortunately we will take the hit, so we will redo the fight if it turns out that I am... Oh no, you get something at the end anyway, so... Cake? Yeah, it probably isn't a bonus then, knowing Salt Lake. But I'm looking at this and seeing if maybe that could be anything different. Yoshi, okay. Okay, maybe there is no additional secret then. Since we have 3 candles, just fine. I don't think I would have missed anything anyhow. Not only is that Yoshi, that is Woolly Yoshi, I believe. It's the different ending music. Anyway, let's wait for the clear to register. And the next level is going to be The Plumber in the Walls by Tetraterix, or John. I know he was really eager to watch this one, actually, so... but we can get started on it. It's likely to take long enough that we'll be able to stare at it for some time anyhow. So there is a bit of a story behind this level as well. It has a very different upload date from the rest of this patch for a reason we'll illustrate in just a bit. and re-uploaded recently. Well, by recently, this was actually right before the cutoff for any re-uploads at all in Mario Maker 1, and that's what I was going to say, was that this level was originally deleted by Nintendo at some point. I don't know exactly when, but it was something that I think was sort of picked up on when the cutoff for re-uploads was announced, because the idea was that, you know, maybe you could kind of sneak this in without Nintendo picking it up and doing any kind of auto-deletion or any kind of glitch screening. All I know mechanically is that it does use the mechanic where Mario is inside a wall and has to jump around inside it, which is something that I was aware of in the first game, and which this is probably the most famous level to feature. Because I remember people noticing right away that that was unavailable in Maker 2. So yeah, this was therefore one of the last uploads in Maker 1, and has thankfully remained up all this time without any further interference. But very few clears on it since that date, with this 6-minute record that's currently on it is one of 4 clears. Anyway, as with John's levels since 3YMM, this is accompanied by a poem. And it is a poem that is based on Edgar Allan Poe. And it goes like this. Once upon a midnight dreary, Mario proposed a theory. Quantum tunneling occurs in entities both large and small, postulated by a plumber and a quantum field newcomer. Such a theory wasn't dumber than astrology at all. Surely his hypothesis would come to be embraced by all. He could walk inside a wall. Nearly every quantum datum is no larger than an atom. Is a plumber truly like a subatomic wave or ball? Critics muttered with defiance that the claim was pseudoscience, that its author's non-compliance ought to morally appall. Bowser's moral intuition said the theory should appall. Who could walk inside a wall? Mario has built a level all his critics to bedevil, crafted for experiments of physics-wrenching protocol. Evidence will be forthcoming from the wavelength he's becoming that our hero's quantum plumbing shows his theory cannot fall. Mario's entangled course will prove his theory cannot fall. He can walk inside a wall. Alright, let's take a look. The phrase Bowser's moral intuition is a subtle dig at Eric Turkheimer. Yeah. First of all, Tetratarix, thank you for joining us. I would love to hear you elaborate on that. I'm only kind of familiar with Turkheimer kind of secondhand. I know that one thing that had sort of come up with him recently was that even he was sort of calling the brakes on some of that stuff that was going on with assessing E.O. Wilson's legacy. Anyway, we are going to get dunked inside the wall because of the way that the block spawns on top of me, so that's going to be the tutorial, and let's see if this pushes me. I believe it should. Yeah, it does. So that's a bit of a mechanics tutorial to make sure that, well, either way you get pushed, you do manage to reappear in this zone. And yeah, I'm glad Donkey managed to call you in. I know you were very eager to see it. I didn't expect to get to it this early, partly because I didn't know how long it would take on Salt Lake. But anyway, we got dunked inside the wall, we got reset to this position. I guess... yeah, this we don't know about yet. And so we jumped inside this. Now, can I jump inside the block? No, I can't. But I can move here, side to side, and that's how we get on top of this platform, because I had no other way of doing so, I think. Or... yeah, no, you actually climb up one layer of ground at a time. Then we'll have to see what goes on with the spikes over here. I believe I'm probably not able to touch these, no, because they are the platform that I'm going to stand on. It's been a while since I've seen this wall mechanic. I did see it in some other level, I think, in Maker 1, so I'm basically reconstructing from first principles how it's going to work for me here. And we'll let this push me to the side. Okay, good. And we'll make it... oh, whoops. Didn't expect to slip out so quickly. And, yeah, Tetrateryx, I remember you showing me that paper that was, about, Turkheimer's stance on that when it comes to some things that are sort of perceived as race science. And in fact, I remember that coming up too with the New Yorker piece last year that was about genetic lottery. Anyway, fire everywhere. Let's first of all not take the bottom layer. We do need to take the middle layer whenever we can. But yeah, certainly that whole element of wave-particle duality is a nice touch as well in the poem when it comes to Mario no longer quite operating like matter. I don't know if I'm able to dodge that or I'm just too slow still. I think I am a bit too slow, judging by whether I was able to get out at the very end there. Anyway, let's make it through the maze. And yeah, let's make it up as quickly as I can without hugging the corners too tightly. I have to not be too spammy about the jumps just so we can get to the correct row when I do turn some corners. Oh, whoops. Turn some corners. And yeah, like I was saying at the start, I'm aware that this mechanic was actually one of the first things people checked in Maker 2 and discovered no longer exists. I sort of remember this being tested very early on when Maker 2 launched among people who did remember the mechanic. Whoops. Okay, that's going to continue triggering the P-switch. That lets me through here. And that's going to send me through the pipe, so... nothing down here yet. That looks like... well, we'll see what that door is all about in due course. Let's get into this. That's going to load me up. Luckily, my head doesn't hit the ceiling when I jump. It just sends me up one tile at a time without overshooting, which is a very important thing to know here, I think. Okay, that's going to bounce, and then that's going to give me a shoe. Now, the shoe is interesting, because if I'm bumped through the wall while I'm in a shoe, I think that then allows me to get over the spike segments, Metroidvania style. I am looking at that coin 1 to see what we could potentially do with it. Might have to return to that area. I feel like I should return to that to see coin 1 before we do anything. Oh, no, I could have dropped in here. That gate remains open. The panorama for this level includes the de Broglie equation. Yeah, I didn't take a close look at a panorama. Whoops, no, I wasn't paying attention. Let's not just try to bust through this. Too busy reading chat. And yeah, let's get to boot first again, and then I'll reassess what you're saying there about the movement, because I did notice something different. I don't think I kind of processed that systematically. So we'll just go back and look at it. Having the P-switch still active doesn't affect too much here. Yeah, so the thing I was looking at is this second coin that's here to the left. If I took damage with the boot earlier to just go through the spikes, I think I was, in fact, able to access that. I believe I will have to come back to this room to go for coin 1, or the presumptive coin 1, though. Or just ride out one of the walls. You're saying I move up one tile every time I start moving or change direction. I did not notice that, but I guess that's the result of the boot giving you this little bump when you move, which would then clip into the tile that is above you. Yeah, so that's why we need the push now with the block. Okay, that's why the block is necessary. I do understand that. That's something I have not seen with the wall mechanic. Because, like I said, I have seen levels that use the wall mechanic, but not with this movement rule with the boot, which I would not have been aware of. Let's slide, first of all, and like that. Nope. That was... Although it looked like I was maybe able to slide if I hold into a direction. That's what allows me to get that. Yeah, I can get that without taking damage. I was trying to see that, but... Yeah, so you need to hold a direction to slide over. I missed this, but that's okay. We wanted to return... Ah, lost a boot. Yeah, there's a lot that you can lose to here in terms of muscle memory, you know, when it comes to how Mario normally works. It's kind of like learning a whole new platformer game in some ways. But everything is going to repeat just fine for me to grab this stuff. This level uses a few inside-the-wall mechanics that, as far as you know, have never been used in any level beside this one. Yeah, the boot thing is new to me, for sure, and I'm sure we'll see a few other interactions besides. Okay. And so... you definitely need to think about traveling through diagonals. It looks like I can cross over to the left side over the thwomp, in fact. No, because of the hard blocks. The hard blocks preclude me from doing so, which is interesting to know. Well, let's try to do this without damage then. We have to hold into this all the way. Oh, nope, I let go. That was a mistake. And the hard blocks do prevent me from going over. Okay. Yeah, because it's such a habit to kind of let up on a button when you want to control speed in Mario, and we have to break that habit if we're going to navigate accurately with the boot. I went a bit slowly throughout all this. That's okay, we made it. Yeah, it's always interesting to play levels that really make you rethink your controls and not take Mario for granted. Because then it's like a totally different platformer game within the game. Anyway. Would be very nice if I could grab a boot. Document was in both 2 and 3YMM. To answer that on his behalf. We played a document level last time, in fact. Or maybe the session before that. Yeah, because we were doing some of the viewer stuff last time, and... okay, let's try this again. Let's... remember to hold in to the side. Look at this, clipping into the blaster like that. I wonder if that'll become useful later. But the hop is going to spit me out of that. I kind of get the feeling that's going to become relevant at some later point. Alright, so because of the spike and hard block placement, we do have to go around. Rather than just taking damage, I think. Or we'll run into some trouble. Let's try to get that coin cleanly. Whoops, this is already too late. I didn't hold into this. Okay. I actually could have recovered that and gone back to the boot, but... yeah, so no, I need to go left in the top left when I go back there with the boot. And then it will allow me to probably drop onto that coin. I think. That's okay, we'll take the time to figure this out. I do want to get a very complete look at this one. Really sink into the mechanics. Too late, too late. Yeah, this is also one level where impatience is not going to pay. Yeah, 4 clears on this with a 6-minute world record. I kind of wonder how quick that is, given that we don't have access to things like the clear check times in this game. But in some ways, as I was saying, this level controls so differently that speeding through it would require a fair amount of specialized practice. And yeah, 3YMM contracted a little bit. There was some new blood in there as well, of course. But 2YMM was 50 levels, 3YMM is 30. Nope. That's okay. That was salvageable. And once again, when we want to go in a straight line, we have to prepare for that in the row preceding that. Not the row after. So we need a time where we're going now. And now. Nope. Lost that. That's okay. We'll redo it. It's tricky, but I do want to grab that coin, so... And yeah, I can fall into it. I can see how to do it. I can see exactly how it's going to go, but you do need to be pretty good about understanding how to control all this. then there are actually a couple of things we haven't seen yet that we can access now. Not only this door that is on the right side, but... Okay, so now this is what we need to do. We need to go all the way to the left, and then all the way to the left. There we go. Very delicately. Now, let's not die. So, there was that door earlier that I can check. There is also this whole segment to the right, which is the natural place to go with the boot. I want to check that door. So let's go back first. I think it'll probably reset you back to one of these locations, but I want to be sure. Just so we know where everything is pointing. Ah, okay, back here. That's how it's matched. Okay, now we understand. It is just a reset door. I figured so, given that there is a pretty natural place for the boot to progress. And we hold all the way to the right. And then the burner should not be within range. I should just be one tile high, correct? Nope. That was a mistake. Yeah, so I do need to kind of slide one segment at a time, so we're not kind of tucked against the ceiling there, and so we don't get spat out of that position, but... That's okay. If you lose the boot, you can always get another. There is only one Maltese Falcon. And let's get this up here. And get up to the P-switch quickly. There we are. And then I have to remember that this does not control like the boot. In terms of that sliding interaction. But that's okay, I have a good sense of this now. It's just a matter of being careful. I've solved everything I need to solve, it's just a matter of not slipping up. Yeah, so for those who can't see what I'm doing, because you can't see what buttons I'm pressing, when I have the boot, as we were discussing earlier, I am actually just pressing a direction. When you press a direction, you get bumped up one tile, but you have to continue holding down that direction in order to slide across without being bumped. With this little animation here that sends you to the next row. So you cannot just repeatedly tap the button, you have to tap it once and hold. So you tap, 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 tap. Tap and hold, tap, 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 tap and hold, and not overshoot the slide either. So that's something that I realize is not visually clear to the viewer at home, but is what we've been talking about when it comes to having to play this level completely differently from how Mario usually plays. So it's hold, 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 hold. Then tap, tap. And then we'll kind of do this one segment at a time. And then fall into the right. And that's going to be a boot check that gives you a mushroom to bust through a block. Which is interesting. Don't know what that question block is all about, but maybe we'll find out soon enough. That takes you into another area, which allows you to break this open, and then the P-switch is going to do what? Let's find out. The P-switch opens up with that slot that allows you to drop in. So let's do this, and then now let's see what the mushroom does. So now the mushroom requires you to get pushed. Because the interaction with the mushroom is that when you're in the crouch position, you cannot move directionally left or right. So it's kind of like the opposite of the boot in some ways when it comes to that behavior. This is what requires you to be pushed. And then you drop out into this location. And then you hit checkpoint. And then we'll see about this coin that is down here. It looks like these two would be swapped by the P-switch. I don't know if the P timing matters, but we'll kind of get stuff down here, perhaps. Oh, okay, no, that allows me to change power-ups. That is, in fact, a power-up check in a formal sense. But if we are able to get stuffed inside a wall later, we have to figure out how to navigate over to this one here. Because I'm looking at this and sort of thinking about how the P-switch would affect these two over here. That P-switch toggles these, and I don't actually know what that does unless there is some kind of relevant spawn blocking, but that pink coin in general, I don't have a handle on yet, because I also don't know not only how to get to it, but how I would get out. So I think we'll have to deal with it some other way, like assume that maybe these shells or these blocks get broken and something like a shell gets sent across. But I think... Ah, yeah, okay, so you can tuck yourself in there. That's very much unlike Maker 2. And then here, I don't have a way to get up there yet without dying. Now let's... That's an anti-item check. Yeah, that makes sense. Squashing out both the mushroom and the boot. As a reset into this area, what do we just do to change the state here? The thwomp is going to stuff me into the wall. Before we do that, let's see what's going on. I didn't actually pay attention to what I did here. Let's get stuffed. Now, it looks like I can go left here. And no, I can't, because I'm stuffed inside the hard block. This. So it is possible to go into this area. That steps on the P. The P will allow me to traverse these platforms. Oh, that's interesting. Using the P-switch to create a temporary passage like that. That's very interesting. Yeah, so this is a post-checkpoint item check, and then we'll have to think about that coin. Not clear to me at all how that's going to go. Yeah, so the POW just releases the Muncher gates. Once you release the Muncher gates, you go down here. And we'll see which path we'll take. I did want to check this one first because there was a Muncher that we were not prepared to deal with much later. Okay. Yeah, it really does throw off your muscle memory in many ways. The fact that the jump button just takes you up one slot, and you have to think about it as a one-tile climb. So, I'm kind of stopping and starting in some locations because I'm mentally still trying to track what it is I'm doing. But if you run right away into that... whoops, one additional tile, of course. Then we get past the Podoboo That big one there. Then we'll see. Yeah, that sort of blaster offset gate going into the pipe, of course, is something that doesn't work at all in Maker 2. We need to wait out that cycle. That's just going to get me to a door. Maybe I should check the top first. Let's just get a complete sense of what's available to me here. But I believe there will probably be another muncher point I cannot quite traverse here. Yeah, it just drops you through. Of course, if you run across, nothing happens because you have no exit point. But then I will have to reverse through this and probably just reset through the pipe. Interesting. I think I still don't totally understand what the pipe gate is doing functionally, but we'll puzzle that out as we go. Yeah, the timing here is actually fairly generous once you play this accurately. Okay, and then all of this drops out and allows you to carry power. Ah, so it is an item check. Yep. I see how it works now. So now we'll see how to carry the POW, because then we can go upstairs to that other muncher. Also, yeah, coming out here, let's just demonstrate the item check just to show off how it works. Yeah, it prevents you from respawning in here with the POW. That's important, I think, because of the way spawning rules work in this game. Like, if you came back here, I think that would actually double the POW. There is something different between Mario Maker 1 and 2 when it comes to taking objects through door and pipe transitions. That did not actually help, except I can drop through here now, right? No, I can't. And there is still that one coin earlier that I haven't really thought about properly. Interestingly enough, you can drop the POW on top of that muncher on the right side and then ride it up to that next exit. That doesn't do much for me right now, though. Except for getting me within camera range of this muncher, which shows me that I should in fact proceed through that area instead. So let's redo this. Okay. Let's do the initial one here, and then Womp is going to drop. And then yeah, interesting how the walls work here, that I'm allowed to travel this way, but not through some of the other ones previously in terms of going to the right. I've been trying to figure out what the rule is for that when it comes to where I'm able to traverse. But yeah, naturally we will knock that out. And yes, once you activate the question blocks, you can go through them continuously from the heart blocks, which is not obvious at all. It's something that the level does teach you using that segment. Activating those two blocks actually has an important effect. Yeah, we just noticed that. Because that's how you create passages. So we're going to go back here. Mushroom is available on the left. What's available up here? Lots of interlocking mechanisms all over the place. Ah, that just tells you what the exit is going to look like when it comes to probably hitting the POW on your way out, which then allows you to step on a note block to spawn a bomb on the left side. Presumably. Also, yeah. And then activating this bomb after, you know, having a POW drop, perhaps, activate this coin. It would drop on top of the note block, it would activate the bomb would blow up the pipe would spawn something. Given the placement here, I'm assuming this spawns a boot. Yeah, you're saying the question block mechanic is something that has not been used in a level beside this one. It seems like something that is a pretty unique discovery. Never to be repeated, except for anything you build offline. Okay, so Mushroom can get stuffed in the left side there. I do want to scout ahead here. I see that. Ah, I see. Because the bomb is also going to affect the question block here, and then that allows me to perhaps hit the POW in that segment. Well, we'll see. We don't know the specific order in which things are going to happen, but things are going to happen. And then I have to pop through here, and that gives me the big boot. Okay, great. That should not be within range of the Muncher, and that's okay. That's not anything I expected anyhow. And I don't think this breaks anything. I mean, it seems like a lot of the placements are pretty carefully calibrated to make sure we don't have any issues. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yes, we can continue and then do some stopping. Like this. Which, having activated that, we only have 100 seconds left, but if I'm able to loop back around, I should be able to traverse all that out to the next checkpoint. We still have a lot of those coins unaccounted for. I will have to go back to some of those. Notice how the POW block didn't destroy the Muncher in the upper left. Yes, I did notice that. I haven't given it enough thought, I think, but we'll see. Oh no, I needed to punch the question block here. Yeah, so let's redo that. Let's redo that. Need to create that passageway. We need to go back through this. Yeah, because the bomb blew up the relevant stuff here earlier. I don't know if that's going to do anything for me here. It's still not going to open up the Muncher for me, so let's get back to being small. Notice that that did give me the opportunity to start this out while small, although that doesn't actually do anything useful for me. We have 20 seconds left. I will have to redo this segment anyway, just due to time. But we'll come back here and see that. And that's okay, this is just part of the learning process. Yeah, so the Muncher was not affected here. The Muncher seems to be sitting on top of something else that is stacked in the background. And I can't quite see why it is unaffected. I do see that it is unaffected. I haven't been able to make out why, but there is some kind of stacking. It isn't a stacking mechanic. Yeah, it looked like there was some kind of overlap on the surface below it, but we'll rethink that. It looks like with this thing that at some point I kind of have to be pushed through. And no, this is just the mushroom check. I'm still thinking about this thing here because it looked like if you had something like a power activation, you would be able to bounce a coin. Well, think about that later. Oh, if you had a POW activation, you can bounce a coin. We know how to get a POW back here, in fact. The mantra was unaffected because I took damage on the same frame that I hit the POW block. Okay, that's not something I knew. And I'm wondering, like, where else you would even be able to set that up in a controlled setting. I mean, I guess if you just have a POW that's ever on that kind of track overlap, that would still theoretically work. I didn't know that, actually, that would be a restriction on how that gets processed. Anyway, let's run this segment. We know to take the next cycle here now. And then we know to do this now. The POW will remove this muncher, but we don't want that. We want to take it to the right. And oh no, because I forgot to activate these earlier. Yeah, let's do that first with the POW. Both of them, of course. And sure, we can probably grab this again, instead of having to reset anything. We do need to reset this block on the left anyway, so... Yeah, so what I was saying about coin drop earlier, we can bounce that. And that breaks, but the issue is that I don't actually have a way to get across yet. I want to come back here and see if maybe that has opened up anything else. From spawn blocking. No, it seems not. So that's open, but it seems like I need to maybe... I don't know if I'll get the opportunity to loop back there at some point. I'll get pushed back there. We'll have to keep that in mind, but at least we now know that that's how that works. One additional step that's required. Yeah, it seemed like it was inaccessible so far, rather. Yeah, it looks like it's something that I don't know yet. Given his placement over an abyss, it seemed like I needed to do something like a shell carry. Like, carry a shell like that red Koopa that we see in the bottom right, outside of this initial entry pipe. And once we take it with us, then we can just fire the shell. You know, yeah, loop around to the bottom right, grab a Koopa shell, take it through the wall, and take it to the pipe, and then just use it to fire in that room. That's what I've surmised. It definitely needs an additional object. And I was just wondering where that was coming from, and then I noticed that Koopa as being a somewhat likely candidate. Nothing here yet. Let's grab this. Yeah, this damage frame interaction, that's very strange. But it works here in a controlled setting. I'm just sort of wondering if there's a way to create some surface that would allow me to cheese this with a boot, but I don't think so. Looks like it's pretty tightly controlled. Okay, we know about this. And we kind of died here previously. Yeah, we needed to create this passage. Creating that passage, does that do anything for me? If I have like a small boot and I slide over underneath that door, I feel like I could kind of connect these two pieces, but no, this is a vine block. It would become invisible again upon further entry, so never mind. Okay, so that creates that passage. Now we need to loop back around to grab the relevant exit. Let's do this. Oh no, forgot to activate this bit here on the right side with the mole. We'll need to loop back around and do that. Let's do so. Okay. Pop this. Oh, telephone. I didn't want to hit that POW yet, I don't think. Or did I? Well, we'll see, because now I can send myself up the right side and preserve the mushroom. That's what it is, I think. Maybe? No, I've lost the mushroom. I think I need to reset through this. There's some glowing one-way panels below me that I haven't fully understood yet. Let's reset. Yeah, I may have hit that POW prematurely there. Anyway, we hit this, we... Oh, whoops. Ran into the same problem, I think. I wanted to get squished, though, didn't I? Or not? Because, well, this is the only way I can become small. If I become small, I should be able to do something additional here that I hadn't considered previously, which is alter my position manually. Yeah, okay, let's redo this. Hang on. 30 seconds, we'll need to come back. I think I get it. It's something I need to pay attention to here, though. So yeah, the POW can squish me that. So that's one of the few things we can do to revert my position. And then I can hit the POW in the open here, because I can manipulate my position such that I can hit this POW now without taking damage, but without a timeout. And that clears the Muncher. Yeah, so one thing I would not have necessarily understood systematically is the fact that the damage frame matters too. That Muncher. Because now that I understand that, it's very clear what I have to do. And so we'll just keep that in mind as we repeat this area. Okay, let's do the POW thing to open up that passage in a previous room. Yeah, notice how because of the coin bounce, it doesn't matter what the P state is, it'll still open up. Now we will do the POW on the right side. Just recall our order of operations here. Then this should still be doable since I haven't come here yet. And then we will take it over here. Yeah, that's kind of just a one-way drop. That's all that is. And then we'll continue. Yeah, okay, so to flow this, I am pretty sure I understand now. We just need to be careful about where we hit our head on the POW. Instead, a damaged frame prevents the muncher from being destroyed. We take the boot, we go back to the previous room. Open up all of the relevant gates. When we come back here, grab the mushroom, force ourselves to lose the mushroom, and then that allows me to do the bomb drop in the top left. Let's remember to do this. Open up that passageway. Yeah, eventually carrying a POW with us will allow me to get through that muncher to the checkpoint. Once we figure out how to work our way all the way back. Which I'm sure will be soon, just given that we want the POW to squish me over to that donut block without actually hitting the POW. Until we are ready, so... going to get here with much more time this time. Boot will not go down here, but we will drop that out, and there is still no way to take the mushroom through because the mushroom will always run into the spikes here. So now we're going to drop through this area again, and then that allows me to pick up the Koopa shell. Let me just see how this is matched again. This is not going to do anything special, I don't think. Unless there's any reason that I might want to take something like a Koopa shell all the way back, I don't see it, so let's continue. Now we do have to be fairly careful here. Let's grab the coin. Let's not let the Koopa wake up, though. Number of blocks have been smashed. We now have access to the Koopa, which will be interesting because you'd have to hit the POW from the side now. No, we can just pop it like this. But the fact that I can do a remote activation tells me that I can drop this, and then that gets me through with 2 coins intact. And yeah, so you needed to create this bridge in order to have something to stand on, in order to cross over to the checkpoint. Well, now that's very busy. It looks time sensitive. Looked like I was just slow there, but we'll see. Let's not spam the jump too much here. Hit that jump button one too many times. Yeah, very nice of that shell to give me the initial activation to take me through here. Then we'll get through all this. Kind of a nice mix of puzzle segments and platforming segments, if you can call them that. Where you make it through the wall and controlled setting like that. Yeah, no, it's going to reach the end of the track and then go back, of course. So let's not be too impulsive about that. That was pretty clearly going to be a reversal. Look at that, I managed to bump the munchers with my head as well. Not that that matters. Also, eventually there's going to be a second entry into this door. Probably with a different power-up in this segment, like the boot. Perhaps. I can hit the POWs. If I hit the POWs, then the munchers drop the trampolines onto the note blocks, and that pushes the blasters to create certain gate openings that are going to be necessary. So it is necessary to hit both POWs. We'll keep our eyes peeled in the meantime for a coin 3. Fourth coin is almost certainly going to be a safety coin, just given the way things are split across checkpoints. But we'll just keep an eye out. Yeah, nice little miniature challenge there. That's going to open up these gates, both of them. No reason not to. Whoops. Except that blocks off the left side, but the left side looks like it's just a reset point if you miss hitting both POWs. Because we did see where that was matched to the door earlier. The door that takes you into this zone. Yeah, it's the right side of that room right there. So we just need to hit both POWs accurately. If we do not hit both POWs accurately, there is a reset point. Well, that was close. And that allows me to go to the right. And drop down below. Now this is interesting. I have no idea what the Tunky Loop will be for, apart from allowing me to whip some shells. Oh, it's a boss fight. Very interesting. But I don't want to get through here too soon. Yeah, I want to stay low until I'm forced up by some of the projectiles, because otherwise I will run out of shots that I can fire. I think I remember that maybe one of the wall mechanic levels I have seen, you cannot crouch because that does force you through. One of the wall levels that I must have seen at some point did do something similar with like a defense fight where you're trapped in position and you have to hit things that fall towards you, but it wouldn't have been in this very sort of dynamic setup with actively sending shells over to the bosses. We need to not crouch. I just scolded myself for that a moment ago. Oh yes, that's a good point, just destroying the fireballs directly. But yeah, the instinct is very strong to crouch. And it is here not clever. You actually have a pretty good range to work with when it comes to that. I think I do need to move up because of the way that I'm currently placed. Whoops. That's okay, we have more leaves. More leaves to work with here. That will allow me to just wait for the next shell, and then I'm kind of just whipping indiscriminately, given that I'm too busy watching my position to actually watch the target. Okay, so Junior is done. Is there anything that I need to do then with the remaining shells? It would be nice to figure out how to do this coin. It looks like the shells are blocked off now. But with Junior down... Okay, I misread something then. I need to hit the power block, but I'm out of ammunition. Okay, yeah. Because I just wasted too much. Yeah, given the shells are on tracks, there is going to be a finite number per round. So let's not hit things indiscriminately. I mean, that first one I can do, but... Nope. There we go, that's a good shot. And because of the unstacking, one hit is enough to just take out Junior. We're gonna have a few more Koopas to work with here, and also a bit more room to not deal with fireballs. Whoa. Nope. I think we're out. Yeah, because Junior gets knocked out by the unstacking when he goes into his shell form. No, let's not waste that. We know not to do that by now. We should come up with a reliable placement for some of this stuff. So we don't have to guess. Whoops. Nope, it's just going to sail over to POW every time, just a little bit low. Notice that I can also sustain the leaf a bit if I really wanted. I think we might be out once again, so let's try it another time. Let's wait. Let's wait. There we go. Good hit. Let's get upstairs just slightly for some of these other shots. That's a hit. And let's try to get the second POW. I feel like that's going to be the Seeker's placement here. Oh no, I crouched. Okay, that's a problem, because now I'm forced through. Yeah, because you need to hit the second POW in order to drop towards the coin. I would like to redo that if I can. So hopefully the level lets me do so. And take some damage here, and I think I may have to redo it. Then there is a place to kill yourself in this room. Yes, there we go with the brush. Very considerate. So yeah, you just need to swing accurately enough to take out both POWs. That's a very intuitive way of hiding that, so. Also tells you how protected the puzzly segments of this level are against death. We can just reset it back here without there being much of a hassle. Whoops. And yeah, I guess the Junior placement here kind of foreshadows what the eventual fight is going to be. Okay, there we go. Once you understand it, that's fairly clear. Nope, I was gunning it over to that POW block and I was standing just barely in the wrong position. Doing pretty well up to that stage. Overshot slightly with the jump spamming over here. Yeah, I have to really watch my positioning. Yeah, the timing here is fairly relaxed. There's no need to get too spammy about it. It's better to be careful. There we go. Sorry, just one moment. Yeah, it just slipped momentarily on the last attempt. And... okay, let's just get back on track then. Yeah, it seemed like a rather trivial death there, but that's because I did need to address something quickly. But let's go down. And let's get back into this fight, which will have 400 seconds to reset through until we do it accurately. There we go. Nope. Wasting way too many shells. No, this is going to be a disaster anyway. We only have one shell left, don't we? So let's just reset. If we know that I'm not on pace, we'll reapproach this a little more cautiously. Yeah, that first hit is pretty open. Nope, that's a miss. Oh, and that's a crouch. Still such an instinctive thing to do. Okay, first hit is at least very reliable. Nope. Oh, and that's a crouch. So yeah, if I can find a reliable way to get the second hit, that would be great. There we go, that's how to do it with shell number 3. And then let's not waste too many right now. Let's keep in mind I only have 2 shots left. Whoops. Oh no, 2 shots left now. Okay, now let's reset. But yeah, if we can consistently get both junior hits down, it shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah. Nope. Hang on. Let's just redo it. Because my current positioning is... Whoops. To think about getting the second junior on the second row and the third shell. That seems to work reliably if I can set it up safely. But timing-wise, that seems to be the thing to do. And then from there, it's just going to be pure timing. Nope, same mistake. Okay, let's get back in. Let's not die to fire. Okay, first hit. No, missed. Okay. That was the one I was going for. I guess we're totally flubbing this now, but... That's okay. Do we have many shells left? We have 2 left. Okay. We might still be able to go for this. We might not be able to go for this. Let's redo it. In the earliest draft of this room, the level killed you if you missed all 6 shots. Yeah, this is much more relaxed. I mean, it is still going to be some risk involved if you are going for the coin, just because that's how it goes. No, let's watch the timing. Might have to wait for another opportunity here. There we go. Now let's be careful not to crouch. Yeah, difficult to set that up. Have to wait for the right sort of alignment, because I don't want to pop off too high. But at least the segment to get here is fairly easily repeatable at this stage. It's consistently going high, so let's redo it. Nope, miss. Nope. Disaster. Do we really have much left at all? Yes, we do. Okay, this is going to be do or die, though. That's... yeah, the only shell I have left. So we'll have to be extra careful, and that's going to be a miss. Okay, so we'll redo it all. This guy will just get the crush in both locations. We came all this way. Yeah, at this point, not too concerned about any of this stuff other than dodging the Bowser Fire and the POW activation zone at the end of this back and forth segment. It's almost kind of like playing a top-down 2D game. In fact, the way that you cross over the walls here, tile by tile. That's what it feels like. Rather than a platformer. Nope. Can't tell if that was too soon or too late. I think it was too late. There we go. Let's stay low, so we have a bit more room for adjustments. Okay, good. No, that's a miss. No more shells, okay. This is going to take a little bit of effort. Well, it just needs some practice. And good visual perception when it comes to that timing window. But yeah, staying relatively low is going to be a good idea for the shells, I think. We should be able to handle that somewhat consistently. And yeah, it takes all of 30 seconds to get back here cleanly. Nope. Too late on that one. There we go. That's a good hit. Now let's actually watch. Okay, good. There we go. Okay, it didn't take too many attempts. I'm going to have a power-up check over here, and then the key, which is going to give me another wall segment. I'm going to try not to die on. Lots of bonus coins and other activations. Oh, it's series of 1-ups. Let's not die to the burner. That would be awful. What if we came over here and exited like this? I'm just wondering about that other one-up, whether that's obtainable for me. Oh, I guess you would be in the wall anyway because of the semi-solid. I should have considered that. That's okay. Pop this. That activates the P and drops you in. Very nice. Well, that was a very unique adventure. Lots of stuff here that it's really quite unfortunate that we'll never see a lot of those mechanics again, unless this somehow makes a comeback in Maker 3, which I would very much doubt. I mean, given that, you know, this was something that Nintendo deleted in the first place, even in Maker 1. But yeah, glad we managed to see that. That's just a very thorough exploration of a lot of the different combinations that are possible, that each had their own movement sets throughout this layout. So, I see what you're saying about the equation now. I can see it's rotated in the right side of the panorama, with the little available space of a few columns that was available to you. Most of these pipe boundaries just kind of being used for a bit of an off-screen buffer to separate the different areas of the level in the absence of any scroll stop. So, thank you for the plumber in the walls. We will take a look at a few more, I think. I should be able to stay for a few. Next one is going to be Ghost Rider by Potato-chan. Always very helpful to have Maker commentary present as well for any of these. So yeah, September 2018, I'm thinking back to what I would have been playing at the time. In 2017, I was just overwhelmed with the amount of content available on the Switch. And you could tell that in 2YMM with the tribute levels to Samus Returns on a 3DS and Odyssey on the Switch when they were released. 2018, I was not playing so much first-party Nintendo, though, because I remember that being a sparse year for it. But a lot of stuff like Hollow Knight, Into the Breach, various games like that. Anyway, Ghost Rider by Potato-chan. I'm trying to recall... Potato-chan had a prior contribution. But this one, the description reads, now that Luigi has successfully restored the Dark Moon, the ghosts of the Mushroom Kingdom have become friendly. Mario can ride on them as he navigates this tricky mansion filled with undead dry bones and vicious Mario-eating piranha plants. So, looking forward to this one, because I'm sure Luca, who's done a lot of this sort of ghost mechanic, has perhaps taken some inspiration from it as well, by the looks of it. But you can tell me all about that. I'm sure you played this one already. Yeah, because the ghosts are stacked in such a way that they will just kind of work here as a platform. Given the way that the stump falls into them. So that's an interesting overlap. Along with the cannon over here, that the overlap just kind of clips perfectly in. And that everything here will be loaded accurately as well. So it's a visual illusion that It's only going to work for certain sprites, I think. We do need to jump on top of the cannonball there to go over, as we knew from experience. Let's find our step. I wonder why I'm consistently missing that. I should probably just wait for the next cycle. You already had Rely Boo Ride when this one was uploaded. Interesting. Oh, you mean in the first game? Okay. I mean, I didn't know you at all in Maker 1, so that is interesting to know. Let's wrap around that. But yeah, very safe platform. Don't need to fuss around with the sprite art too much. Now here we need to go down below and continue over to Dry Bones, and then what is coming to the right is that... Ah yes, Dry Bones just walks. You never uploaded in Maker 1. I see, okay. So you had a lot of those concepts sketched out before you ported them to 2, then. To the extent that they still work mechanically. Let's not overshoot like that. Yeah, very striking similarity though, just given the Ghost House theme as well. But whoops. But yeah, I guess between Rely Boo and Roller Ghoster, I just tend to associate this Boo stacking with your stuff, Luca, in the second game. Okay. Nope. Let's watch the timing there with that conveyor belt. You're saying the tracks work differently in terms of the... whoops. Yeah, I've not been thinking so much about the track setups here in the first game mechanically. Well, visually, of course, they blend quite differently in Maker 1 than in 2. So you're telling me in the original Rely Boo Ride there were 6 rooms rather than 5? In the Wii U version. I should wait for it to come out first. I often have timing issues with spotting timed elements from a long distance. Whoops. Pretty much need to jump as soon as one comes out. And then it's just a matter of knowing where to aim from there. Yeah, in general, the stacking in Maker 1 feels so much more flexible. I mean, the mechanics are just different, I guess, but... It seemed like the different kinds of setups you can do with enemy stack combinations. And the stacking rules in terms of conservation of momentum, etc. Just had a lot more variety in the first game. Whoops. There we go. And then that's not a bounce, that's a jump. I don't know why I was holding jump into that, expecting a bounce. Had some wires crossed here between the boos and the bones. Nope. Too late. Let's keep in mind 4 pink coins somewhere here as well. No, it keeps on going there because the boos, naturally being stacked like that, do not change their facing direction. And Mario's gonna trip and fall all the way down the stairs. Okay. Let's move on. Too late. Yeah, just failing a lot of the timing checks here. Bounce. There we go, that actually felt smooth for once. Yeah, I have to remember, it's not just conveyor speed there, it's conveyor speed plus the bone speed. I have to kind of anticipate that, instead of just playing reactively. There we go. Let's wait for the bones. Have to go a lot sooner there than we've been doing. Door just gets you across, I'm sure. And now we can ride it because that's on a boost stack. Down below. Okay, this I can handle. And then that bomb will need to be activated. We'll see how that's going to work. Look at that, it's almost like a Christmas tree, that zigzag track on which that stack is traveling. And yeah, when it's turning the corner, I need to adjust my estimate to account for that. We've not been doing that very accurately either. That's why there's a coin there to account for such things. Okay, here's the coin collection. All in one segment. For that key door, so just need to clean out some of the landings, but I think the timing is pretty understandable. Yeah, because the landing zone is a stump, you do have to be on top of that central segment of the boo. Pixel-wise, though, it's a pretty good overlap. It does feel like you can land on top of the boos very cleanly. then... Yeah, not too concerned about this stuff. And we'll stand on top of the central boo and... choke at the last moment, as usual. Anyway, just going to get within spawn range of that pipe. We'll let that crack open. And that's just another slip. That's okay, not too difficult to recover some of this stuff. Just have to not take a spill on that wall. Okay, through we go, and here is a cake, 3YMM. So probably no additional secret by the looks of it. I guess I probably had to go off the side to drop the platform. Oh no, we... Oh, I see, it's just the semi-solid there. Okay. Now was Ghost Rider. But yeah, like I was saying, the stump overlap works pretty well for the number of pixels you have to cover, or the top row of the Big Boo sprite. And look at that Boo in the panorama image as well, even though everything is confined to the lower half. We probably have time for one or two more. Let's take a look at Lethal Current by Cuddly Kitty. The illusion that just works in SMB3? Yeah, I remember you saying so with your level as well, Luca. Just because of the sprite size, I'm thinking. Anyway, Lethal Current, look at all these lovely electric jellies that replace the hideous, ugly spikes in SMB3 Underwater. Our first underwater level in quite some time now, in fact. There's usually only a tiny handful per project. Anyway, the description reads, Mario must traverse a deep-sea geothermal plant that was abandoned by Bowser. Killer surge is running through the area and not even the safety fuses can contain it. So, underwater and then... Oh, I see. Okay, we need to follow this Podoboo trail. I don't know if there's anything we could do up here. Ah, yeah, coin collection. Let's do that. 8 coins in total. If it's split over checkpoints, that's effectively just 7. Anyway, that's going to be locked into that position. More fire all over the place. Ah, yeah, I should not have been stuffed in that corner. If I had correctly anticipated the Goom split. So yeah, as far as coin placements go, I don't imagine that's going to be too much of an issue. We'll just scroll up and down. And keep our eye out for other traversable openings along the way. Stomp on a few Goombas when that's available. Okay. Bit of a close call there, not knowing where that activation was going to happen. There's another coin that's above that thwomp. I don't know how that is accessible. I deliberately want to redo this because I don't know if that coin is obtainable yet. It seems like having only one coin out of this segment is going to be below par, so let's just redo it. Comb over this while we can. Yeah, one coin here. Let's just watch out and open these gates whenever we can. Whoa. Yeah, there are a few locations that might be worth checking here, but we are pretty clearly starting on the bottom half. So, it does help to mentally keep track of vertically where we are in the layout so we know whether to bother going any higher or lower as we hunt around. Yeah, the arrow is going to tell you where to go to remain safe. That's what the indication pattern is going to be here. And now we'll grab that. Yeah, it's the mushroom platform stock on the left side that threw me off a little bit artistically. So it tells you 2 keys, probably telling you that you should be at 2 coins at this point. I think that's how I'm going to understand that. Oh, whoops. Totally misestimated my jump there. Yeah, it tells you 2 out of 8 in the portrait. That's a neat way to do it, visually. We've seen some similar things than before to indicate coin progress, but I keep expecting to be hugging a wall there, that's the issue. Okay. We're missing a coin down there. Let's just get a crush death and go back and try it again. I don't know how visible that path was from a blind play, but we'll go back and try it. Yeah, I keep expecting this to be a wall, that's why I overshoot every time. And then you can go low and then get on top of that whole segment. That's a pretty safe landing zone in the bottom right if we get to it, so just needed to see enough of this level to understand where those placements were. Not overshoot this one. And the coin down here gave you that location as well, so it actually is fairly visible. Not really too much of a concern in terms of fairness or visibility. Oh, look at that blooper chasing me down. I got a little bit surprised by that. Anyway, let's open this up. Dive towards this coin, that is place for our convenience. Don't need the mushroom here yet, but nice to have some power-ups that are just used as power-ups. We honestly don't often see those. I see, okay, so the bloopers are just dead anyway. That was the death animation. I didn't parse that accurately. Anything up here? Not that I can see. I don't know if there's a reason to retain the mushroom for anything, but we check that. The chords just kind of tell you where everything is going. There's an additional coin up here. Let's stand here and... Oh, okay, that's fine. And then we need to drop this block. Now let's see, with the indication in the next area, whether we are on pace for coins. Yes, we are. We're at 5 keys. Anything up here? Not that I can access. So yeah, we should read the vines as ways to extend the highlighting of the tracks to basically show you where everything's going to pop up and what's going to be unsafe zone. That's something I should have been able to discern all the way at the beginning of the level. If I were paying attention, that standing on top of the vines is almost certainly going to be a bad idea in every case. Let's not stand too close to the bomb either. And let's drop below. A safety coin at the very end indicating to me that I have missed a coin. Possibly we just need to continue to follow this maze up. That will give me one more, or not. I'm missing something. Let's enter this pipe? No, we'll have to take a death then. I did miss one. Luckily, we are given the opportunity to retry. So yeah, a lot of areas that'll allow me to scroll up and down to search for things, so... I see exactly where we were missing it, but we'll find out soon. Okay, that's... yeah, coin down here. Okay, I see it. I see both now. That will be tucked in between 2 jellyfish. I'm going to need to preserve the mushroom up to that point, just for caution, because I do not trust myself to line up against it properly. Let's get ahead on the scrolling a little bit just to make sure I have time. Obviously, everything is going to be gated off by the bombs, and so I do need to wait for this before I dive down below. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. We'll need to avoid damage and with the fire coming back up after opening up the bomb column. Oops. Okay, fine. We lost a mushroom already. That's okay. We'll have some practice to see if it is something we can do damageless. It should be doable, just not very easily. Okay, there we go. Just going to weave our way carefully through and then bump that coin. And now we just need to play safely all the way to the safety coin at the end. And that should be it for this one. Yeah, we just need to follow the maze. That is going to be the standard path, the only path. As long as we are cautious about the Goombas, not much else is going to be a concern here. Let's not accidentally touch the gold card. So we pop in here and see the true ending. I'm munching all those flowers underneath the candles. And that's going to be proof of our achievement on the goal screen. Electrodude, welcome. Yeah, Electrodude, I think you've caught me close to the end. We'll probably have time for maybe one more. But I'll see how long I can stay today, and we'll get through what we can. This was level 7 so far, I think. So going at a good pace today, considering that we had some of the harder platformer levels and a big Tetratarix puzzle earlier on in a stream. Making good time. And I have found every cake so far today, I think. Next one is going to be Maggot Brain by Stoops. Let's bring that up. Yeah, Stoops made Iron Man in 2YMM, which was the hardest level for me so far. That was the 4-room precision level, I believe. That just killed me for 3 hours straight. So we'll see how Maggot Brain does and whether we can finish it in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, 1.2%, can't be that bad. This is a beautiful looking panorama. Very true to the title of this level. The description reads, Mario heard a rumor of a mysterious edible that lay hidden deep in the shadows of the forest. Problem is, no one has ever ventured inside and lived to tell the tale. Can Mario discover the secret that dwells in this forbidden tree, or will he be forever consumed by the maggot brains? Let's take a look. I foresee wigglers. You've seen this one on YouTube, okay. I have not seen this one. This one is new to me. Ah, I'm guessing surviving all the way with the key is going to be the bonus route at the end. That seems like a clear message to me right from the start. So we'll keep that in mind. I'll see how doable it is. As much as I love doing levels without using checkpoints, just playing them all the way through, those have also tended to be the cakes that I've skipped in these YMM projects. Because sometimes I can tell that it would take a long effort for me. You think you watched all of the 3 YMMs, I see. Yeah, I've played a few in each project prior to streaming these, but main feature today was pretty much the plumber in the walls. That was the one that took me the longest, and deservedly so. Okay, there we go. A little bit of off-screen play there, but we made it. Yeah, I was kind of avoiding that spike in the top right, so that was maybe an overcorrection. That was dangerous. We do need to watch this carefully because the munchers sometimes camouflage pretty well into the background when they're on top of dark locations. It's pretty satisfying to speed through certain segments here, though. Well, until you take a spill like that. One thing you have to keep in mind for the key run as well is that the timer is 200 seconds. You can't just stall forever if you are doing this thing as a single segment, I would imagine. So, it is important to learn how to take this at a fairly brisk pace. No, need a bit more headroom there. That's okay, we'll just gradually refine our methods for this. But yeah, it is a very satisfying level for going fast. Whoops. I think it will also help for getting some good repeated patterns practiced. Okay. Okay, we should go bottom. We have to go bottom. That's just a dodging segment. Let's see if I understand this one. 137 as we hit checkpoint 1. Not expecting to one-shot this, but it will pay to be cautious given that we are holding the key. Then here we have to drop in through the side. That's going to be an exit door. Up there. A lot of extraneous wigglers tucked in the side here too. Oh, okay. That's a problem. That's fine, we'll practice it. And depending on how comfortable I feel with it, I mean, so far it feels like something where I would be able to do the key run, or at least put in a reasonable effort, so. But we'll see how far we are from the end. Mario seems very far from his end right now.
Mario?
So we'll just listen to him take a tumble. And then gradually refine our understanding of this segment as well. Okay, that wiggler down there is a diversion. Let's not deal with it. And that jump looks tricky. in terms of making sure I don't hit my head on my way in. That's okay. This seems pretty doable if we're careful. Okay, that's understandable. We'll need to let this come up. And then drop in here. Now this will be interesting. We need to let it widen, I think. Okay, that's going to be a bit of a tricky gate. We have to have a good timing there where the bottom segment is at the bottom. Yeah. We'll see about whether I do that key run. Will depend on how we're doing for time and how easily replicable I find some of the later segments, because we should get to the point where we can one-shot all of this stuff as consistently as possible without having too many close shaves in spots like this. Whoops. Okay. This will want 2 bounces on. No, let's do it again. There we go. Seemed like there was something at the bottom there too, but we won't see it. Oh wow, that was not great. So yeah, we'll need to figure that out to kind of get our entry to be something consistent. It would be a shame to die here if we do the key run later, so. That's sneaking under and wrapping around. That's pretty understandable. Same idea here. This guy's kind of threatening in both directions. Let's be cautious here. Let's not overshoot the jumps. Okay. I think we do need to sneak under first. Interesting question block over there. That seems unusual. Wow, okay, that's a tight fit. Nope, let's be careful here. Yeah, I don't know what that question block is about at all. That doesn't look accessible. Oh no, that's just a starting location, isn't it? Or, no, it's not. Okay. I don't know what's going on with that question block. Seems like you would have to be able to take damage in order to do anything with it, but the mushroom checks will have something to say about that. Let's not be too bold here before we have a good sense of what's going on. Yes, at least 2 bounces. That's okay, we just need to shake some of these attempts out of my system until we find a really solid pattern that I don't have to worry too much about. Okay. Let's exercise caution. Catch this guy on the way up. Okay, all of this is fine. Now, this bit here, I think we should... No. We should cross it when the bottom one is going left. Oops. That's okay. That's what these attempts are for, just to figure things out as we go. Yeah, this honestly doesn't look too bad. I may be speaking too soon, but... Let's... dunk this guy... and wait. There we go. No, I needed a bit of a jump there, I just missed a jump. But it's when they are both moving left that I'm best positioned to make it over. We'll take this on the way up, as before. Whoa, that was a close call. Let's wait until bottom part of the rotation. That was correct, I just needed a higher bounce. The timing was correct, the bounce height was not. So we'll just adjust accordingly. Oh, I can go immediately off. At low position, that's a bit risky, so I don't necessarily prefer it, but we'll see how we do. And again, time is potentially going to be an issue with the key run as well, but let's wait for the next cycle. Now, I need to jump a little further into that. I am taking off a little too far to the left at that point. Okay. Just need to exercise some caution. And we'll be out of here in short order. Yeah, most of these timings are really not too bad at all. Pretty immediately understandable. It's just out. I need to be careful with my jump spacing. Here we go. Okay, boss time. After a fashion. Okay, we can do it, I think. It doesn't seem too bad at all. It took me about 60 seconds from checkpoint 2 to get this clear. We'll just need to kind of divide that evenly over 200, and I think we can go for that for sure. That will probably be the last thing we do today, to do the key run on this one. And hopefully it doesn't take me extravagantly long. I mean, we need to not fail on the first segment, although at least the first segment is just going to be equivalent. But it does pay to buy some time, so... Wow. I never had any trouble there previously, but now the pressure is on. We may be reaching for that start over quite a bit later on, so... yeah, here I was just doing short bounces previously. Let's go back to that. Yeah, medium bounce there is going to be just fine. As is skipping right over a few of these. Yeah, that one, I knew that I needed to control that bounce a little bit. I was just a bit late on a jump button, which is something that had killed me previously in the same location. It's okay. Doesn't take too long to get back on track in this segment. Nope. Once again, just mistiming it a bit because when I'm holding down jump, I'm not always reading the wiggler position accurately, given that the wiggler is on a track and the wiggler itself is shifting, and so sometimes I am not accurately seeing when my bounce is going to make contact. So maybe this was a bad idea to try to do the key run here, but we've been skipping so many of these no checkpoint cakes that I really should do some of them when they look as feasible as this one, given how often I talk about how much I appreciate no checkpoint hard modes. Oops. I am rushing it a bit, though. But if we're likely to repeat this segment, then something important to sort out straight away. Just have to get as many consistent patterns as we can, so we don't get stuck here for too long. I am keeping in mind the fact that the level that just absolutely killed us by the same maker, Stoops, was also one where the individual segments were not really that difficult, but putting them together was an absolute nightmare. This will hopefully not be the same story. Because by the looks of it, we're likely to burn a lot of attempts on the first segment. Nope. Oh, that's going to throw off the timing. That's going to be pretty awful, actually. Except now, I actually managed to rescue that. Yeah, I should not be bouncing those at all. Because it throws off the synchronization completely. Okay, have to be extra careful there, and now we'll attempt to do this without problems. A lot of stuff we do have to be cautious about here. I like this drop. This drop was a bit of a concern. This one right here was not too bad. Okay, this wraparound gave me a bit of trouble. That was too close. Yeah, that just goes side to side. That's understandable. Let's not get thrown off by the panic music here as we start getting into some potential time trouble. 80 seconds. We previously did this segment in 60, so... I, of course, did get completely distracted by the sub-100-second panic music. Which is exactly what I said I wouldn't do. Well, we did one-shot the segment from checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 2, though, so... that was an important accomplishment. In terms of showing me where the roadblocks are going to be. To this grand ambition of securing the maggot brain cake. Yeah, time is going to matter here, so... Okay. 1:54 in this location. A little bit too impulsive after reading that clock. That was a bit too close in that spike. Okay, 162 in this location, fastest one yet. For this segment, it pays to be cautious. That was not being cautious. Yeah, first segment here I don't mind too much by just blitz my way through it. Whoops. The point is to buy time for the later obstacles. But we'll see. I may not be able to stay long enough today to actually finish the key road in this one, so we'll at least try to get back to the last segment a few times for some good attempts. Too close. Much too close. And the longer I take, the more trouble I'll run into with not remembering what I was doing in terms of the best timings in the later areas. Nope, too high. Yeah, that bounce is probably the trickiest bit of the first zone. Nothing else should give me too much trouble except my own frequent carelessness. Yeah, but this guy down here, that's going to be tricky. There is a safe donut block in the bottom left that I have not been using. So if we want to hug the left side wall, that's always an option. And that would actually make things quite a bit easier, I think, in terms of dropping onto that wiggler, because I can just do a single bounce in that wiggler instead of trying to repeatedly bounce off of it. And that's a big one at the bottom of that descent. Yeah, that's just a bit of a timing issue, the track not being where I expect. Whoops. Yeah, this is going to be much better, in fact. Much better way of doing that. $1:55, not my best time, but still pretty reasonable. Major, welcome. Yeah, Major, I'm almost finishing for today. I'm just seeing if I could do the cake run in this level, which is the 8th one, and 3YM. Hope all the puzzle contests and such have been going well lately. There we go. That was too close. 1:15 getting into here. Not quite at checkpoint yet. Not that the checkpoints matter, but kind of using that as a timing check. Oh, let's redo this. There's the distraction music. And it's going to be 88 seconds going into the last area. Now here it will pay to be cautious. I'm going to not worry too much about the clock. Nope. That was a choke. Cypher, welcome. Yeah, we are going to be wrapping up fairly soon, I hope, but that was a choke right at the very end. That was not something I had trouble with previously. Okay. Going to buy all the time we had. Having 80 seconds going into the final segment did feel pretty comfortable. And Matt Maker, welcome as well. And yeah, we're doing one of the swan song projects of Mario Maker 1. Whoops. We had previously done the 1 and 2 year editions of it in the last few weeks in January and February. And we just got started on 3 years of Mario Maker. So levels from late 2018, early 2019 today. Whoops. I have cleared this level previously. I'm just doing the hard mode run right now, which requires me to clear it without checkpoint. Because of this key at the very beginning. So. And I've gotten pretty close. Had 2 really deep runs so far. Okay, I missed my usual timing here, but that's okay. Still pretty safe. But now we know to go for the donut block on the left. That still wasn't a great timing, though. And yeah, I was burning a lot of time in the segment after checkpoint 2 the last time I was there. It did seem like I had the flexibility to do that, though. I know. A little bit too slow for my usual timing window on that series of tracks. And yeah, definitely playing the first segment impatiently, but that's because time savings will matter, especially because I become more cautious as I go in the later parts. Way too close. But we'll take it. Okay. Nice controlled jump going out of that. And we're going to get here with 160. Yeah, hitting that wiggler on the lower part of its pattern is going to be key. Doing this drop safely is also going to be key. A little too close there, but we made it. Nope, have to exercise some caution here, or just jump directly. I don't really need to bounce, it's easier without it. Okay, 102 going into this checkpoint. That's great time. It's a huge savings. So let's be cautious. Double bounce on this guy. Jump over this guy. And we'll wrap safely around this one here. It's going to take it slowly. Not run into too many munchers along the way. Pressure is definitely on, though. Okay, this was where I died previously. No, the next cycle. The next cycle area, rather. This area here. Be really cautious. Because I was rushing that previously. Now this segment, I knew I would have trouble with that. That was too high a bounce. Previously we were going much too low. This really seems doable though. That's the hardest thing as we approach the end. All else is consistency. But I certainly think I should be able to do this, so... no, just misaligned that. Yeah, getting to checkpoint 3 with 100 seconds, so that was a fantastic run. Isn't always going to happen, but the more time I buy myself to time those later patterns, the better off I am. Definitely rushing all this stuff in the beginning, though, but with the reset being so close, it might as well get done this way. Yeah, just have to make sure not to die to any unexpected bumps. Whoops. Don't know why I expected a landing there. We've seen that enough to know it's not the case. Yeah, that's a very deceptive track there. I've missed that in a similar fashion many times over. Okay. It's not too bad. A little bit off the usual, but okay, let's mine that spike. Do that medium jump over here to get here at 161, which is decent. Oh no. That was about to go very badly. Let's wait for the next cycle here. No. What a slip. What a slip. You do get a certain sense of fluency after enough attempts on all this stuff, though. That's the thing I do like about checkpoint-less challenges, is that in a well-designed level you do develop a very strong sense of consistency after a while, with certain elements that just feel smoother and smoother as you go. And mistakes do happen, but you get better and better at the things you do. Now that's very early, getting here at 144. Just had a lot of bounces go my way. Now this bit is a bit of a thrill. 111, best time here yet. Let's not rush. Let's take advantage of the time that we have bought. To be cautious. Okay, near miss on that one. Let's wait. Okay, 2 points of concern here. This is the first one. The Wiggler Pass. This is the second one. This is the hardest jump here. There we go. Got it. Oh my goodness. That was the finish right there. That was the last jump. I mean, I didn't even think about that jump as anything challenging the last time I was there, because we just one-shot that with no trouble. But this time the pressure was on. I was doing really well for time though, so... but that's partly because I got really lucky on this second segment that time, and we can't always count on that. And yes, Lantis, that was a spill. Like this was a wet floor or something. I mean, you do need to be perfect for about 3 minutes straight, which is in keeping with a lot of the no checkpoints level lengths in games with similar hard modes like Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze is substantially balanced around 3 minutes or so. A lot of stuff in Cuphead is kind of balanced between 2 and 3 minutes. Let's pay attention here. So for that kind of length, it's very ideal. You just need to remain attentive. Nope. Should have gone on the left side like we had previously. Yeah, getting pretty sloppy after that excellent attempt that we choked on earlier. Nope. Hesitated a bit there, a bit indecisive about which side I was going to go to. It's an easy drop in either direction, but it doesn't allow you to be wishy-washy about which one you're going to take. You really do have to pick one. Whoops. All the cycles on the right side of this area distract me very often. That's just a result of not having scroll stop, of course, but they belong to a totally different area, and always have a bit of difficulty visualizing that at first. Oh my goodness. Okay, no, that's okay. That's a reset. That's the only time I've fallen down there in all the times I've played this level. Not a huge loss in time, I think. We're down by about 10 seconds or so from my best. Yeah, getting through here at 125, and then... getting a bit antsy. That's okay, that whole attempt could have gone much better anyhow. Yeah, I think the 200-second time limit on this level serves it well. Because it does make the no checkpoint experience a bit distinct in that there is a bit of pressure to not just stall in every segment. You do need to at least do most of the level cleanly. Nope. You miss one jump, you bump your head on one ceiling, and everything just falls apart. No. Once again, a bit of hesitation as to whether I was going to make it. No. That was a bit of a change from my usual pattern, and so I had to adjust a few things. Oh, whoa, that was uncommon. First time I failed there, I think. Sooner or later, you fail on every single segment once you've iterated through a level, particularly an early section, often enough. Everything will trip you up sooner or later. Anyway, getting through here at 166, pretty good time. .151, probably my best time here so far. Not that that's going to be the mark of success at the end. Okay, 121 going into the last section. And a trick here is to not get distracted by the music when I do hit 99. Luckily, we were tested on that in a bit of a rest stop when I wasn't actively in the air. Okay, this jump always frightens me a little bit. And this jump has recently become a problem. There we go, 58 seconds at the key door. Let's not hit the gold tape until I've entered this. Okay, what do we have here? I think this is actually going to be a reversal through the pipe to take me to another room entirely. Or, well, it's not a reversal because we went through the door. Let's not die to the cake. That would be embarrassing. It is, of course, very tempting to die to the cake. Can we grab Yoshi? I actually don't know about the Muncher and Cloud stack here. Okay, that's okay. Yoshi can have a snack as well. We have 15 seconds. Let's get out. Yeah, so that extended the life of the level by about 45 minutes, but that's okay. We earned it. We earned it in the end. And thank you so much for the GG. And for watching all this time. World record of 107. That sounds spectacular. 107. Wow, you really do have to drop directly through some segments. Don't even want to know how that looks. I do kind of want to know how that looks, but I don't know how I would go about finding it. I'm not doing that myself. Anyway, true ending. Yeah, we'll sort of count that as the first try, depending on when you started watching. So thank you for all the GGs. That's going to be it for today. We actually managed to get through 8, including some fairly long levels, so I'm quite satisfied with that. Oh, I guess that means Lantis. We're going to be starting with you next time, because Lantis, your level is next, I just realized. I unfortunately cannot stay long enough to do it today. But Lantis, I'll try to give you a bit of advance notice for the next stream, so you can catch that live. It will likely be later this week, maybe in 2 days or so, but I'll announce it on the Discord. And I might just let you know personally, so you don't miss it. That is going to be it for me, though. 8 out of 30 completed. And yeah, just beautiful maggot brain panorama here. That's how your brain looks when it's been fried by a couple of attempts to keep the key. We're going to send you on somewhere else. So stay tuned for what that will be. In the meantime, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you next time, beginning with Lantis. And I hope you enjoyed all of the levels that you saw today. I certainly did very much. We had some incredibly unique experiences all over. Thanks for watching. Await your next destination, and until we next meet, have a wonderful week and fare thee well.